So it's normally devlog time, but we'll do the devlog tomorrow because we are in the middle of fixing a few bugs that will delay the devlog creation for today. So let's skip one day. We'll do it. Let's design ourselves a new backyard so that we could accomplish the tutorial in a much better looking garden. So our existing tutorial layout is this. We'll design a new garden today so that we could have a more conventional looking backyard like this one maybe. Maybe fences on 3 sides like this, and this is the back door so that from the kitchen you walk into your garden and you have raised something like this. We'll put a few trellises here and there. We'll investigate a few different layouts. I think this conveys the idea better. Something like this, layout wise, or at least proportion wise. This looks really interesting. This is more like a leisure garden and such. But nothing stopping us from putting raised beds here and there. We'll see. Okay, so where should we start? We have a new scene. We could start by importing our house. So my only worry is when we are working out the. I have it. So I wasn't sure if the branches were merged, but so here's our house. To change the colors and such. So I think most of these faces are still using the file for their texture. We will. Now might be the best time to proper color palette for us. So let's see. Put the materials in Godot. The rooftop could be something like this. So we are not using any textures. Let's create new material. We already did one for the balcony jungle. One. So if you use something like this, we should pick the base color. It's matching the RGB for the hexadecimal codes. This, so something like this. Blue top house. Let's check if we have done everything we can. Clean it up. Could definitely delete the faces at the bottom. See through. And also the stats. So this is the part where we are usually saving some triangles. We do what? We do this, which is actually removing them to try to dissolve them. Normally removes edges here, but I think the way we did that last is to go to the edge mode after this, dissolve the edge, which is dissolving it, but it still keeps this vertex here. So you still have this face. can resolve the vertices here to fix them. But what's this? It's like it's why is this vertex connected to top? Yeah, top. There's some funny business going on. These two should be connected. There's something else going on. Why am I having a hard time seeing this? It's like there's a diagonal connection here. This other edge. To vertex, select all, m by distance. Remove 0 vertices. Take these two edges, lift them. This all be because normals are not. This looks okay. Okay. So we really didn't say that. Was this 80 and now down to 70? Don't remember, don't care. Good enough. Let's pick something this maybe, or let's put this as roof material for now so we can see it. This is gonna be a sign in Godot anyway, so maybe I'll just do it there. Hey man, how are you? We just clean this up and put in Godot, because we'll just spend some time here to carry over the colors, which will have to be assigned anyway. Let's not do double work. Let's focus on the building part. Let's hide this. Um, I will assume this is clean enough. If it doesn't have obvious. Here's an interesting case. Wait a minute. Here's a windowsill. When I go into edit mode, where is it going? It appeared. Found something I might be interested in. That's here. I also have a stupid plane here, so the proper concrete color. Maybe I'll merge that with the the structure. It's about last three streams that I wish it was about resources. Yes, I have made some more progress about that or on that. I might need to start over. So I actually did that. It's in a different branch right now. We're in develop. That was in Constantine. I did make a lot more progress. Where did I leave it? So I was able to assign and read everything properly. The code editor was bringing in the proper variables. It's good workflow. It's worth, I think. Do you have a link or something? Like, are you talking about some technique that I could look up? And if necessary, I'll start over. Godot next. Why does the name ring a bell? Godot next. Yeah, would be nice for the viewers if they are not looking at my screen. I'll read the comments later. Files. YouTube will delete it. Will it? Trying is free. Try it. If you think it's deleting it, I'll paste it. But you have to confirm I'm looking at the right thing that you're. Is this the one? Filter function. Sounds like all scripts must be script classes. This is about contribution classes. Guessing we'll look at resource collection and array. So this is the one. Okay, it's already deleted. So it's bizarre that. Okay, so we'll call this Godot next, and I'll put this as a link. I hope you guys can see this. It should come your way right now. Resource collection, an abstract base class for data structures that store resource objects. Then there's resource array, a resource collection implementation that manages an array of resource set of resources. They make sense. Behavior class. Resource type that automatically calls node-like notification methods. Callback delegator. Hmm. Let's spend a few minutes on this, then I'll switch back to the garden making. But this deserves to be investigated and dreamed about on its own day. Just looking at the implementation. Okay, this is a resource too, so that's kind of what we were. The generic get method. Let me look at the set method. If it's base type, in prefix type. So you need to be passing your properties with some kind of prefix. Yeah, we need a generic method like this. It's also a YouTube video. And we are doing this. where we turn it into an array. So setup, yeah, it already puts the setup prefix here. This must be a constant here. Yep, there you go. Not type read only else. Cool. Yeah, awesome, man. Thank you. I'll definitely investigate this. Now for our November effort, we might not even use resources because we investigated even my own creation and integrated that with the current code base might prove to be too inefficient timeline wise. But this is going to be something that I'll investigate. So I'll start this. I'll definitely check it out. So thank you so much. I hope other people who are watching the stream and who are seeing the comments. So video is Godot next introduction and variant utility. Cool. Yeah, there are YouTube videos. Awesome. Oh, I came across this guy's name, Will Nations Dave. Yeah, cool. Well, I guess as Godot developers, we are just a bunch. There aren't that many people, I guess. So that will be an interesting discovery for us. Now, big question is, let's merge this plane here, then this guy. Um, I think that's kind of obvious, right? Let's see, if we merge these two vertices, first of all, let's join these two things. We are growing, definitely. We are growing. Go to vertex and this, and we do M last. This can actually go because we don't really need this. I'll keep it for now. What I really do is merge this too. The fact that this is showing this, but when I selected these two, vertices. Okay, that was. Um, let's merge this one. This. Then. Gotcha. Yeah, we have creeping. Oh boy, did I destroy the geometry? Undo, freak out. Undo, 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 undo. Not join them. So since this is a plane, we do G shift Z something like this. This could even be scaled in shift Z. I'm gonna try to merge the corners here. Let's join now. Tab. Do vertex. This one is snapped here. Snapped here. Okay. This one will be gone. Gonna be merged. Not yet. Hold your horses. Okay. This way, this can go in shift Z inside the building. This is sort of a creepy point. We can just do resolve and resolve it this way. This is a problem one. Actually, this is what I should have done. Most likely, should have. What if we delete this? We still have that surface underneath creeping. Might happen because maybe in Z they are not. We can do it for all the bottom vertices. Yeah, I can already see the elevation. Let's look at it from the front. We do SZ0. Of course, when you do it that way, the scale according to 3D cursor will do medium point perhaps. SZ0 done. Is that any better? Also, let's look at it orthographically. I don't think it will matter. If it does, we'll come in and then fix it. This is good enough. Get the rest of the building. Some kind of detail here. Let's say it's good. Let's re-enable the roof. Okay. Let's double check the house code. There is no house code for this. Let's make one. How do we make one? We go to Godot. We utilize our acid factory. This is the old version, so we have to reach it from the bottom. Should normally be under miscellaneous building house. Don't have it yet. Let's consider this as house type 1. Okay, type 1. So there is an MD5 generator thing. Let's call it type 1. It's the variety. Let's generate lowercase there. Copy. So this is the type 1. We'll export this to Godot. Select objects. Export. Without material. Good. Double check. Done. Materials, yeah, no export. Wrong folder. Models. Let's work model. But the name is not this. Name is MSC PLD. Even this looks old to me. Why is this? Oh no, this is actually new. Well structured. Let's change the data for this. Work. Do we have a miscellaneous class? I mean, we don't. which is the reason why we don't see it. So there has to be a miscellaneous set of properties. This should not be handwritten. That is the now it's prone to errors. Under this, we will have a house, and we will have the houses property. I mean the houses variety. One variety is something like. So the resource tool that I've been working on is going to eliminate this manual data entry. You don't also have to worry about the nestedness. Um, let's call it type 1. Some of these names will be visible to the player, some won't. We don't really care about any of these options. Something like this. Content of the file is newer. How could it be newer? For that to be newer. Oh, I think I know why. Because VS Code had that open previously. There you go. I remember some of this stuff. Miscellaneous container building. But why is it not here then? Build, living. Because is it not matching? Probably not matching the data here. You're absolutely right. I am muted. Is Mexico paying for it? That would be nice. Trying to read your nickname. It's the chat software is picking random colors for the names. Oh, and some numbers. I see. Okay. Welcome to the stream. How is Mexico doing today? Yeah, by the way, I'm guilty of muting the audio sometimes, and I forget to turn it back on. So thanks for reminding me. You have no idea you're from Europe. That's also another surprising factor that most of my viewers are from Europe. What am I building? I'm building a simulation game called Urban Farmer. Um, I will just get some visual help so that you will see what I'm talking about, because sometimes it's not easy to describe what I'm talking about. So we are building a PC simulation game. Topic is urban farming. In essence, it's Sims meets Farmville. The level of detail is big. We will have plenty of options for the player, micromanagement, many manufacturers to buy from. Uh, Next screen is better. What next screen? You'll be managing the features of your plant. So keep your plants happy, keep yourself healthy. It is made in Godot. Yeah, I'm going to make a bold claim. I don't think there has ever been Godot project this ambitious. So let's do it. Why not, right? We have plenty of games like this made with Unity, but let's have another one made in Godot. And this is with 3.3 that I'm working. And as the joke goes, we all know we are still waiting for Godot 4.0. So when that comes out, imagine the possibilities. So it's already good enough. It's doing a lot of things for us. We are not too worried about performance because we are still working out the mechanics. So we have our own problems. We don't have Godot problems to get in the way. Yeah, I don't think for a 4.0 will be a big deal for us because we are not going to require all the fancy stuff the 4.0 is rendering is doing. Yeah, even the rendering will be this sort of low poly flat color style. We are gonna take advantage of ambient occlusion and the occasional reflective surfaces, but that's it. We are not going to have that much close up. Maybe we'll get close up like this, but not much. Maybe this much. Geographic, yep, this far. And this is good enough. Yeah, in terms of coding too, it will remain the same. Well, maybe a few language improvements here and there might. Some utility classes. If I shade it smooth, it kind of looks ugly, but I'll try it. Kind of looks meh, too blending in. If it's flat, um, you get to see this sort of texture like, and that's the beauty of it. We don't apply textures; it's its own geometry. But with the light reflection, it actually has some character under some conditions, of course. But look here. There's some kind of, I don't know, cuteness. I mean, maybe we'll do the fruit part smooth. Maybe this has to be smooth. I think, yeah, some of them, yeah. Maybe this looks like the best of both worlds. We'll see. So right now, our biggest concern is to make a public demo by November, by mid-November. There's plenty of work, never enough time. So we are creating plugins sometimes to help us out. One of which is what I'm using right now. Trying to populate this area so I could hit this, and then I could also click this big S button to create me things like this automatically. We have a system that creates and binds scripts for us automatically like this. So I just want to do that with the house that I'm exporting from Blender. Fruit shaded smooth look better. This look better? Yeah, maybe we'll try this. This has different phases too. Could try to make those. Yeah, perhaps. Then there's the flowering phase. So it's quite a detailed game. Right now, stick this house in the. I just click. I click shade it. Right? I definitely click. So we just export this into Godot. We are trying to figure this out. This is coming from here. Miscellaneous building. This is deduced automatically. Let's see, we have planting, vegetables, vegetable name. Which this should have worked. It should have. Let's look again. Building group. Am I striving for some realism or perfection? Realism, not in the sense of visual fidelity, but realism in the sense of accuracy and perfection. I think like how some plants like sunny spots, some like shady spots, that kind of thing. That has to be done properly in the game. So in that sense, yes, realism. But visual fidelity, I want to keep it as low poly as possible. Yeah, it needs a draining hole for rainwater, but yeah, we don't care about those things. However, we will actually introduce an east trough. You're actually right. Draining water will be useful because we will put a rain barrel. We actually have it in the game. Um, so some houses will actually have the east trough or as you said, a draining hole. But other than that, not much detail. You could introduce architectural variety because you will be playing the game in different cities around the world. So if it's East Asian architecture, maybe there will be some other determining factor in the way the balconies are set, that kind of. So details like that. But low poly this. What is it here that I'm doing wrong, perhaps? You have a house you built in Blender. I could not. Is it really high poly, like visual architectural visualization kind of poly? Look at this code here. It's all code. I don't think I making a hard-coded selection here. Everything is here. Legend. We have 4K 3. Let's see. This one is under 600. 4K isn't too bad either, but I bet your house has more detail. This looks like sort of like summertime. Summertime. You're at the beach. You come at night. You crash. You sleep, and you get out in the morning. That kind of house. Know what I mean? Yeah, you have yours design inside, so it's a huge difference. And I think half of these triangles is because we have those window frames and miscellaneous is good. This is selected. It should automatically trigger the next thing. Means it should automatically find building. Why is this building? Okay, because BLD is building, but that used to be build as okay, maybe I never saved this. Save. I never saved it. That explains a lot of things. Don't freak out. Thing is alright. Building, house, type. This is what we want. This is in fact the name, and this name should actually match the name we exported from Blender. Models should be under miscellaneous, building, house, A5 and 29. A5, 29. Everything is okay. Now what we can do here is one of these things. Is this game object a receptacle? No. Is it interactive? It is interactive. Not an animal, nor a plant, nor a structure in the sense that the player is altering or using like a trellis or raised bed. This is kind of a redundant thing for now. It's not an inventory, it's not exactly a tool. Let's start with this biggest button. Problem though, why am I not seeing the house? This representations should have found that model from the models folder. There have been something like house. This had to be pulled in here. $168. In fact, there is a problem. Should actually delete this asset. Oh. Here's another one. Oh, that is the one that was manually created. Let's delete this. Oh. So we want to create a game asset in this folder out of this model with the help of big S button. Looks correct. It's matching this. Sure. Big S button. Here's an error. Cannot open file resources models. MSC BLD house A5. Oh. Oh, my bad. When you import a file, you have to create a new inherited scene. There you go. Let's actually label these things. Blender. Let's call this roof. Okay, call this balcony and know which is which info, right? Let's hide these things. So here's kind of the whole building. So what are these? Really? Just merge it with the building. This is the building. Select objects. Export. Remember export settings, which means not exporting the materials. Awesome. Overwrite. Bingo. You come here and you say, here it is. You inherit open anyway. Okay, update it. Building. Building itself will be a concrete color. Just want to double check. Ah. So I was hoping this would not be here, but I guess then it wouldn't show anything, right? It would show a purple color, I guess. There isn't even a fallback here. So are you into Godot, by the way? 074, 76, 9. Just gonna lower the camera a bit. See my face. You want to? Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of viewers. Shaky camera. A lot of people want to learn Godot. That's promising. Very little experience with coding. Well, it's a good way to start. I actually understand that. Programming in itself is a whole other discipline. You could be programming in different fields. And then there's game programming. But generally speaking, understanding how programming works, that's a different skill set. I guess, I mean, this is going to be a stupid analogy perhaps. I guess knowing how to use tools versus being an electrician is a different thing. It's like a more customized thing. But at the end of the day, electricians use some of the tools other professionals use too. But if you don't know how to use basic tools anyway, that's a whole other. So you could be starting programming somewhere or coding. You're more of a 3D designer. Ah, making maps in source. Yeah, I think like I'll say the same thing since you're a 3D designer. Like, is it Blender? Is it Max? Is it Maya? Well, at the end of the day, they all have to use vertex and edges. Like, you gotta know some basic concepts about geometry. That's like about coding. You could start somewhere too if you want, and then come to game development. Because I see sometimes people do that. They start with web games, like they learn JavaScript. Sometimes people learn Python, and then they end up learning C++ plus plus and switch to Unreal Engine. I mean, that's a whole other different path, but I'm just trying to simplify it so that it doesn't look like a massive, big task. And that source engine was Half-Life's engine, right? If I recall. That they made a lot of mods with it, I think. Yeah, cool. Do we really care about this material here? Let's try to re-import this, see if assigning it back. Import this, everything is done. Way done. This surface back. Let's assume this is back, but we are only interested in putting this. So we could override it here. Yeah, Half-Life 2. Yeah, that was such a cool game. Materials. So let's find something that looks like concrete, maybe. And then the balcony could also be same thing. And the roof is going to be. Here's an ugly looking house. Of course, we are now losing the cuteness of it. So um, perhaps I should be more careful with what I'm pouring here. So inside this building, everything is a fucking cube. That's probably not that useful. Can we do something like this? Let's say A. By the way, when you said 3D designer, which software are you using? P or Control P? No, separate loose parts. Let's call this. I can't. Let's select this. Let's do. Oh, this is not going to be separated by loose parts. There is no loose part. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. This has to be. Oh boy. Here is some hard work. Like these. These. This must have underlying parts like this. This. Aha. Last time we used Blender, it was 2000. Sorry, you used Blender, but last time you used 3D. Blender for the win. I used to use Maya, not professionally, trying to learn and such. Max never really did it for me. Was too over engineered. Like if it was a car, you would you would have to type in your security pin to open the door instead of unlocking with a key, and you would get behind the steering wheel. You would turn on 52 fucking knobs and then pray that the car would run. That's how I felt. So I never felt like I was actually editing geometry. I had to click things and like assign modifiers to it. That just felt so awkward to me. Like, just let me edit something. I don't know. It was a whole different mentality, I guess. It was justified from its production point. At some point, somebody made a decision about that, but it's the convenience, right? So we gotta separate this thing. We do P by selection. We separate it. Now, problem is now that this is a separate system, we have the fucking wall there, right? Right, both choose the less annoying one. Yeah, less annoying one is the. So that's actually valid feedback to software companies. Make your software so it's the least annoying possible. That's the right measurement. How do you quantify that? So we do center, and we just delete. When you do that, of course, you delete it. Perhaps I'll merge to. Of course, when I do that, I create another face here, which is okay. Could dissolve this edge. Now we have a proper wall. Nobody needs to know. Here is window. Could do something like this. As long as it's slightly out and there's blue glass, means there has been different kind of problem at some point. I see the problem. Okay, we'll fix that. And when we fix that, we'll merge it with the windowsill. We'll do a smart copy and we'll move it down. You know what I would have liked to learn? Soft image, XSI. That was such an intriguing tool. It looks so. It's like Houdini. It's exotic. That I would have liked. This is perhaps too deep. Maybe this blue surface should be here so that. Hey yo. So, Manglo, we are discussing 3ds Max, Blender, and soft image exercise, that kind of thing. We were basically evaluating how annoying 3D software options are, or we are trying to pick the least annoying one, that kind of discussion. Not the best one, the least annoying one. Let's change the geometry. The origin. Select everything, Q, cursor to selected, then Q, origin. So now this guy kind of has to be like this, because here's the frame entering the building. But the glass feature is Blender, right? Blender is the least annoying. So you spent today extending Unity inside Blender. Ooh. Drop the blend file into a scene and run a script and bam. Hold on. I think if you turn it into a tool, figure out words that correspond to that abbreviation, bam. Something like Blender AA magnificent, something like that. So I don't know what it is, but sounds like a good product name. Bam. And will be all custom for my stuff for now. Yeah, well, see, those things usually start off like that. It's custom, and then you turn it into either an open source project or a commercial project. That kind of. Mind you, open source projects could be commercial projects as well. Relying on matching prefab names and such. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we have done in our project. We have actually, in fact, 5 minutes ago I used it. Created this game object out of this plugin, and this model is exported from Blender. So I totally support your idea. Not because I've done it, but even if I had not done it, I would have tried to do it. Might add a custom editor window where you can edit. So here's another thing I'll suggest. Because scope creep is always important in any project. I started writing a Blender add-on long time ago. This is actually doing some stuff. This is exporting directly into Godot by changing things. This is another option for you. So you do some of the stuff in Blender. So my goal here in this add-on is to mark certain selected objects so they are coming into the game engine tagged, like Unity tags. And then I think I have a custom property group here that I can add more stuff to. So that sounds like a cool thing you're working on, really. Close the tomato. Go to the house. Yeah. But you could be assigning the tags one time into constants, and you could call the constants directly within the game engine. So then you won't have the typos. So, but again, it's a bit more work too. So you're kind of it's securing the type safety instead of comparing to strings. You are comparing to enums or the constants, that kind of. There is an unnecessary amount of geometry here. Can we actually assume that this frame is snapped to the wall and just this is good enough? We can do. In fact, that's how a smart person should always. But am I that smart? Let's see. And this is just a flat thing. In fact, we can just get rid of all the back C's. And we'll just shamelessly delete them. We are left with only the frame itself. Let's do M by distance. No creeping geometry. We gotta merge this face. I mean, it. So this surface is going to be named properly. Do that. Let's do selection. Here's a face. Here's some more geometry. There's actually unnecessary stuff here. No one is gonna see that face. The sides will be seen for. Hey, leave it. Okay, so this one is frame. Lowercase. Don't need to yell. This one is plus. This one is windowsill. Let's double. This was happening before too. When I go into edit mode, this object goes somewhere. See, right now, you parse through the blend file that was dropped into the scene. Matching for filters, and if it matches on a prefab, match it up in location rotation, deactivate to original. What happened to your question? What happened is exactly my question too. Here's an object, we go into edit mode and goes places. Don't really know where it's going. I look at the location, it's the same location. Not sure what's happening. So I'll do this and then I'll do focus in case it's somewhere in the scene, but I cannot go to it. I'm using that numeric key dot. Takes me. As usual, let's apply the scale. Nope. Did I apply the scale transforms? I have not, but I have applied just now. Let's apply the rotation too, right? Tab. Nope. There's something funny going on with this. Can we recreate this geometry? We sure can. In fact, when this is here, it's just sort of extrusion anyway. Let's try to do that with this one. Let's keep it a separate object. Maybe window sills will be colored separately. I need to move my object in edit mode this way, but then I want to go in and maybe look at the geometry. Maybe, I want to clean up. You move it in object mode, then you have to apply all transform. Yeah, I know. But this object is disappearing from the whole scene. This is the bizarre thing. I'll just say fuck it, right? Probo flip normals. That's a valid concern. You, yeah. If you apply all transforms, it resets the location, which is you'll feel sorry about that. Are you sure the faces aren't just hidden in edit mode? How do I check that? But so for all of, is it object specific? Because when I go into edit mode, I can see the faces for this one. It's automatically set to face mode. I cannot see the object. Alt H to clear hidden in edit mode. That's that's it. That's it. My last resort was going to be opening this chain here. Maybe that would have helped me. All right. Thank you. So let's see if we have stupid things going on here. We could definitely get rid of this edge. Solve it. Do that. Of course, I'm going to create some more work here. Solve it. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Let's see. H to hide, Alt H to clear. Yeah. Yeah. Backside definitely. We could even get rid of the bottom because we'll always look from sort of not top to bottom, but isometric sort of top to bottom. Should be gone too. Saves a few more triangles. Why not? Something like this. I feel sad sometimes, like I'm butchering it. Like it's not worthy of having a few more triangles. Sort of castrating it. Here, have a few, uh, fewer triangles. So first things first, these two, they have to be somewhere here. I think this is where we can do that snapping. Snap it. Edge. This should be most like the face. Snap it. There. Done. Good. Let me catch up with the chat. Yeah, I'll never see the backside. Depends on how good the game will. Yeah, so we'll have a lot of plants, and that's why I've been cleaning up the tomato and eggplant plants. There's a thick, the leaf set thickness that we would never perceive. We always look from the top anyway, and it doesn't really matter if the bottom has some details. So we are cleaning up some faces for objects that will repeat. This house could have a few more triangles here and there because we won't have that many. Depending on how you do your game's occlusion, if any, origin of the yeah, most things will be static enough, but yeah, with the origin, it will be important if you rotate and do so. Static objects should always be as low. Yeah, I'm actually even ignoring that the whole other, common advice. Don't have angles and whatever. That really doesn't matter when I'm not. We make some heavy optimizations here and there, but I'm also cautious of not oversimplifying, I guess. Yeah, just enough. So this will be the glass, this will be the frame, and then let's snap this one to wall as well. So now this one's origin has to be recalculated. Uh, ah, there you go. No, not that one. This one, Q. Let's re-enable this. Now when we snap it here, we snap it to the house wall, not the window. Now let's look at this, if this is looking usually. Looks all right. I would make the frame a bit smaller, but that's maybe not too. Not rotation. Occlusion, it calculates the visibility of the object based on the origin. So, I see. So how far off is it from the origin, and the occlusion is calculated based on that. That's a tricky concept. Yeah. Luckily, in this case, the origins aren't too far off or like away from the objects. But yeah, if it's divided, like if the game level has walls, and if the origin is in the other room, the occlusion might be. That's an interesting concept. Yeah, maybe that's how occlusion really works scientifically, and like in game engines, it's how it's supposed to work. That's news to me, and how it's done in Godot is also unknown to me. So it may not even apply. So, but if it is the case in all game engines, if every game engine applies it according to, maybe there's some kind of standard. Yeah, if you're not looking at the object, yeah, it's called never have origins outside the mesh. Yeah, or if you have it justified, I suppose that it has to do something unique. But I think what you're saying makes perfect. So basically, when it comes to origins, you don't have to be original. Sorry, bad joke. Just stick with the customs. So we gotta separate this madness. Get rid of this. We gotta chop this up. This one. Um, we did P selection. Let's see if we have the cursor selected. Okay. G, move. Good enough. Now let's fix this geometry. Let's see if we. I think last time I did it this way. M center, and then to this one. Last. Then I dissolve this edge. This edge. Solve. Done. Usually occlusion breaks down the level bounding cubes. Any cube that can be seen from the cube, your camera is in it will be drawing itself. Yeah, the occlusion. I think you're talking about culling too. We still have this as, okay, window sill. Let's call it sill. And then we'll group these objects. This. Is a window collection. Okay, here's a dumb question. When I selected frame, glass, and sill, I hit Ctrl G. It said create a new collection. I said window. Where is the new collection? Shouldn't I be seeing another sub collection here? Let's pretend I'm moving them. Yeah, there is no new. What happened? So Ctrl G, window, hit enter. Do I have to manually create? What? I can create it manually, but what is the point of object? Collection. Control G. Create new collection. That's the one I did. I usually do amp to move the collection and pick. So it's like at the moment of moving it, we create a new collection and we push it. So it's like add collection, which is disappointing really. Window. Ah, but see, it thinks there has been two other windows. That's why it's labeling it 002. So what's going on? Just select them and press M. Yeah, that's what I did. And then I create here. But like I said, there has been an original window and then the duplicate, the one I just created. And this is the third one, the 002. This is a plugin. This is an add-on. But the normal Control G should have created this and put in the tree. And it's not in here. Is it because everything looks okay here? It's weird. And if I bet if I rename this, nor they don't use the empty move. Could try that, but my concern is also this too. It's like imagine just want to group these two things and I'm using Control G, which is the built-in Godot thing. Shouldn't that have created a collection, which kind of did, but also displayed here? Because at that point I'm not using the plugin. When we rename this, something hinky going on here. For sure. What we want. Window. Now we'll do this and we'll do Alt D. Fortunately, I have this selected. Do Alt D, Z, come down. Plus. Sure, that's good enough. New collection. Let's assume this is good enough, and I'll export this to Godot, and then let's see what we are. Because I'm predicting some bizarre behavior here and there anyway. Load. House. This is the one, right? Okay. Which is here anyway. Unfortunate thing is this. Maybe at that point I didn't. At that point I hadn't saved it. I think twisted form. Let me not save that. Okay, now let's save it because I think I'm doing something half bad. I think I'm doing it and I'm not fully finishing it. Then I expect to see the result, which doesn't happen. Okay, here's the scene. Perfect. Here's building because I did this, but I don't think I saved it. Explains a lot of the things I've been doing recently. Roof. Uh, this one. Roof. The building itself is going to be some kind of orange. But see, it kept this, so I think I saved some of it. Okay, that's good news. Going to be this orange. Here is concrete jungle, something like. Let's look at the glasses. Pick something bluish. And they're not going to render kind of because they have to be set out. Maybe I'll set them out in Blender. I don't go back and forth because if I fix it in Blender, it's going to overwrite this. But for now, it's good enough. Um, will happen soon because I think when I was fixing things, I haven't extracted this detail here, right? Let me see. Yeah, I have a Z fighting with the glass plane and definitely adjust it. And here's something else to adjust it to because this is the whole building. I'm losing this detail here, which I think is adding some character to this because otherwise it's all orange. So more separation. And then we'll fix the windows. Let's fix the windows here. We'll just do a bit of moving out slightly. Good enough. Good enough. Here's a bizarre end here. Why is this ending with an angle here? Didn't you do Alt T on the second window? I did. But this is about moving the objects, not the not I wasn't moving it in edit mode this time. Could be an instance of the same mesh. Go back to the but I'm moving the objects like the copies like this. I wasn't moving it in the edit mode, which would have changed the second one. Yeah, I moved the whole object. Yeah, which is okay, maybe lazy, but if there's a millimeter of difference, it's not a big deal. Maybe I don't know. Let's pull it in a bit. Okay, this looks much better. I'm actually concerned about this geometry here or this architectural detail. So here's a flat wall which is coming here and with sort of like this diagonal jutting out. So that's ooh, I see. Look at this curve here. It's bulging out. Some funny business is going on here. Okay, we should get to the bottom of this. I might want to start using collection. Yeah, actually, I wondered about that because when I did this select object, when I duplicated with Alt D. It didn't duplicate the collection. It duplicated the objects inside the collection. Is there such a thing as collection duplication? There's Alt D, collection. This is that add-on that I think I'm using. Just adding a few more. Let's see. Tell you how if you want. Sure. What makes it really clean for certain? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this the cleanest way possible. But for now, this is doing the job. But would be nice to have uh, this as a collection that I'm duplicating, and then I'm moving it all the way down, which means this will all be gone. Let's actually delete it. Start by saving blend file. Okay, so you are saying that I shouldn't play a Russian roulette. Okay. In case 2K trees a lot for a house. Don't know, maybe, I don't know. Depends on the case, I think, but I don't think it sounds much, to be honest. Because problem with houses that yeah, you have a lot of like sharp corners and connecting things, which kind of makes some things harder to hide. In my case, I'm a bit lucky. I could always delete the underfaces. Let me see. I then copy window objects to clipboard. Window objects, which is just this way. Control C. Ah, I remember this. Let's see. And then what am I looking at? Usually 2K is nothing. Yeah, it's really nothing these days. Could I use it in my game? Good. One thing I am not checking though. At some point I have to. I have to look at the dimensions of this. We'll figure that out. The menu you don't see either. Just copy objects. We just copy them. And then we just Control V, paste them. Now in upper right, create a new scene. You're now in scene 001. We are 6 scenes away from 007. It's getting scary. You name the scene to call instances or something you know. Going to pick the most stupid name ever. Scene Collider. Um, collectionist. Okay, done. Sure, why not? Okay, collectionist it is. And then we paste it here. So, oh, I think we'll link them, right? That's guessing now in 3D. Okay, we pasted it. Good. Okay, I think I'm slightly guessing. No, no linking. Okay, I'll be patient. I'll shut up. That is to link from other. Yeah. So I pasted them. It put 001. It's their names. Much more remote. The collectionist with the copy. Now press M. Put them in new collection window. M. Add collection with and this. I think this tool is really useful. That's why I switched to this. There, I see it's sub collection. Maybe at some point I could have done that. But anyway, 3D view. It don't look so annoying. I've used it many times. It's actually useful to move things around, but I think I never used it for grouping things. That's where I'm kind of inexperienced, I suppose. Okay. So I'm guessing this is going to be the source of truth. That's kind of where I'm actually orienting these objects right. Yeah, I think so. Let's go then. Do you want me to rename these to the versions where it doesn't say 001? Doesn't matter. Okay. Around. Duplicate linked, duplicate collection. Just messing around. Now on lower wall, place 3D cursor. Okay. Right there. Sort of middle like. Yeah, I don't know where the wall's origin is, but let's say right in the middle. Shift A to add a new object. Collection instance. Window. Aha, see, I see my previously created things that are creeping up on me here. Yet they are never in the collection list. I knew it. I knew that there were two others. So now I'm guessing one of these is mine. But which one? The uppercase one is Shift A window. That's the one. I will go back and change name of. So in other words, we could even delete this and then create a new one here from the collection list. So we'll call this for 6 window. And let's fix the origin of this because it's sort of abysmally placed. So let's pretend this is at the bottom. So we always sort of go from bottom to top. You to be honest, this could all be in the how do we do that? We do origin through 3D selection. Okay, I messed it up. Let me see. What did I do? Undo. Select this. I should have done this in a graceful way. The original collection instance just saving on the. Yeah, I can't face snap the code. You're right. Yeah, this has to be done. I'm learning a new technique here, which I see the benefits like of this scene thing that will initialize other objects. Okay. Let's select the back edge. That's the back edge. This one. Right? Okay. Q cursor to selected. Tab out Q origin to 3. So it's at the back. So that's good. I think if anything, I'll also put it at the bottom here too, because I want it to kind of come up from the bottom. I'll move it here. Then I'll do everything else according to catching up with the chat. Go with lower left vertex. Lower left vertex. You mean like here? Lower left. Because when you say left, am I thinking like left as like this? Or you meant maybe left as like the back facing, the wall facing? Object mode, move all objects origin to that. Ah, okay. So yeah, move the cursor to that so that you align everything to that. So the cursor is there. Now we can do everything like when you do this. Yeah, it snaps there, but their backs has to be. This has to be this. Origin to cursor. This one is already done, I believe. Anyway, center then. It's a plane. So vision. Just a sec, guys. I didn't hear. I'm okay. Okay. So I might have messed up a few things, but I think following your suggestion, yeah, I set the origins to the back facing parts. Now we have to move this whole thing to maybe world origin. It doesn't matter as long as these are fine, right? Scene, let's say we just don't have that. All this. Let's do put it at the bottom, right? Let's do shift right click, shift A, super sexy window. Done. Except, yeah, that's the world origin. I should have actually smarten up. Or I can place the edge with a good origin and then make it the ledge. Sorry, I can place the ledge with a good origin. I think that is actually making much more sense. I should be making these two parented to this bad boy. So it's Control P, right? Object keep track. Ah, it actually makes sense. So then we can just move everything together. Now this, what was it? Shift S. Um, Cursor to world origin. Then we do Q origin to 3D. No, Q selection to 3D. Save just in case scene. Good. Shift A. Super sexy window. Done. Thank you. My cursor is abysmally placed, but we'll just move the window. And unlike other selected objects, which is outlined by orange, this one is outlined by red, which makes me think that it's really super sexy. Because, you know, it's red. Alt G clears position. G is to move, and Alt always clears things out. Yeah, you can edit it all in here. Have to go to the other scene. Oh, you meant Alt G as like I could have done this with Alt G? Not sure. Sometimes maybe there's a bit of delay, and I think maybe it's not matching what I'm doing, what you are seeing, and now what I'm reading. There's a bit of maybe catching up going on. Just like our test set scales to 1 1. Okay, I yeah, think I know what you mean. As usual, many ways to do same thing in Blender, right? So let's put um here's an interesting geometry here, or like sort of architecture. Let's put it here. Here's a window. We'll have to most likely align them a bit, right? One orthographic. Just eyeballing it. Okay. My house if you want. Dropbox. Got a link. Using one button to do something also often means the same button with alt clears it. Yeah, it's the kind of taking back. Has no windows though. Okay, let's see the Dropbox model. Oopsie. How's version 3? Okay, that's the blend 1 file. Let's can't be previewed. Let's download it. Direct download it. Uh-huh. When we go back to layouts. Uh-huh. There's no windows though. It's okay. 8, yeah, H hides, Alt H takes it all. It's in 7-zip. Yeah, I'm okay. I think I have, yeah, I have WinRAR, which opens a lot of things. This looks like a heart. Interesting. Okay. I was just wrapping my head around it. The payment is a texture, you forget. Yeah, it is. Let's see. Um, yeah, let's assume it's not using this material, right? But then it's also, I see, it's requiring other things. Uh, yeah, the UV repetition is. But anyway, there's some texture that actually looks like concrete. Yep. You can pack image data into a blend file. Yeah. Increase the file size, but it's worth it when you are sending it to your printer or client, that kind of thing. Nice. I think there is a. Is this an intentional hole here? Oh, it's like maybe sewer access or like the. Let me put it very bluntly. Shit is coming out of the building through this hole. It's for the drainage, yes. It's like rainwater and something like. Yeah, this is the drain pipe here. Yeah, you were mentioning it. Here's another one. I see the top, which means there's going to be exit. Another one. Yeah, this looks good. Um, so you were saying this is around, yeah, the triangles. I think this looks good and efficient. I wouldn't worry about the number of triangles here because it looks worth it. It's where the clown is. Yes, it sounds like it's an X Files episode, right? Where the clown lives in the drainage. Yeah. So let's see. So I see. I'll look from. Cool. Yeah, if you put windows that are reflective enough that you don't never see through, it's okay not to have the inside part, which saves a lot of triangles. Yeah, in our game we won't have insights, but I mean, if you want me to see it, go ahead. By the way, for legal reasons, okay, let me back up. Would you like me to use this in the game, in our game? Just in case, I'm gonna have to send something your way, like legally, there is no problem. That kind of, there's a lot of bullshit going on like that. So I'm okay not to use it, but if you want me to use it, if you're giving it away, you, I'm particularly warned about that kind of thing. Later, you know how lawyers, that's how they make money. They cause trouble for people's benefits, even though you don't really want to think of your own benefits. So in other words, some lawyer will find a loophole. They will sue me because it will look like I'm just taking over your work. The fact that I'm actually opening your file, you know what I mean, that kind of thing. Cool, man. Yeah, we'll work out something. But this is definitely an interesting building because this shape is really interesting. Has a nice corner. I'm imagining, we have mobile games with sort of like corner, sort of, I don't know, restaurant or sort of like an ice cream parlor, that kind of thing. It's inspirational. Looks good. I like it. I will consider this. I think once we make more progress in the game, you might get a better idea about what we need. Because we are thinking more of an urban situation. We could fit this in somewhere, in an urban situation, more like corner store or something. Because our game is about the farming aspect, not the buildings. So honestly, today the fact that I'm working on a building is really coincidence. Catch up with the chat. Try to avoid 90 degrees corners. Yeah, normally it's nice to have rounded, not too sharp. I think we are doing that in our game a bit intentionally. We might change our opinion, but normally I think I know what you mean. Like they usually say, put a bevel here. However, with the way we are going about it so far, everything sharp kind of worked out for us. We were able to get this with all sharp corners. And I don't think it looks unpleasant. Certain level of cuteness, or there's something interesting about it. Some of this will change and has changed. Cool. So if you have a portfolio website, now would be a good time to publicize it. The stream is gonna help you. Now is your hour. I can just give you a shout out and we can show your page for a minute or two, and we'll continue with the work. So this is great, that we could now take copies of collections from other scenes. So that's really handy. It has a bit of Lego set to look at it. Yeah, there is that kind of feel to it. Yeah. Super sexy window. I have to stick these two things under this collection. Done. Um, Here's a bit of a see. This is now what we'll see in Godot. What happens, because I have to give them individual textures, right? I will. Okay, we said we were going to fix this, but we also said we are going to separate this side feature. Will be interesting. Yeah. Okay. First of all, this back part is sort of bulging. It's worse than my belly. So, but I think we'll do S some axis, which is Y. Sorry, S Y. And we also clean this madness up. We can. Let me see. With linked in meshes from other blend files. Multi-scene blend file, it matters for you to what scene was. Yeah, we could. We are doing this mainly because we have that plugin system. We could actually directly import this whole scene into Godot 2. Yeah, I think there's something about here too. Include active collection, selected objects. Yeah, we'll get to this part soon. Yeah, all the instances. We had different phases of tomato. I think that's when we were in this for the collection logic because we didn't want to import all of them as separate models, but they were all coming in the same model. Okay, I think so. Let's select all this and then let's do this part. This is madness here. What happened here? So we'll do edge. Going to be interesting. Okay, let's dissolve all these. When I do that, what will happen? Going to see. Let me think about this. This is going to be. I'm going to merge this one to this point. First, okay, for sure, this one will be merged to this. These two will be merged to this. Of course, this is going to be all. Why would that be fucked up anyway? Because there's just that. Ooh, I see. Okay, let's change this to concrete jungle. Okay, at least we get to see some decent shading. Yeah, I might have to actually butcher it and then sort of redo my. Yeah, I don't use UVs at all. That's the benefit of this low poly thing, really, because as soon as we are done with the model, we are done. And this is the problem. This is something. There's a certain level of I don't know, some architectural concern here. Kind of looks okay, but then this wall is bulging up. Boy. So you are saying delete the whole back face and just do it. That is actually worth trying. So hide the roof, come here, select this building. Basically, you are saying this. Select all the back faces, and even this, just delete them. Stop the madness. Or maybe something not this radical. Could still do it. All faces backwards. Just snap the vertices to other vertices. Undo. Okay. Deleted the words. I shouldn't. Delete faces. Ah, you're right. Yeah, I was thinking because the frame itself is actually okay. Could fix this later inside. And we could even do that SY. Let's do SY0. Then I can actually bring it around the corner after that. Stop. Starting with the crossbar detail. I'm actually okay to have the whole back face maybe flat too. Could have some of this going around and stopping in the middle. Yeah, I think I will have to separate the poking out as a separate object. And I think now might be a good point to start that work. But everything is now flat. I think this is still a good start from the it's improvement from the old. I can even see some problems here as well, but now let's do this. This has to be separated besides the bottom of the window. Beyond that, you will have the you will have the width. You mean width or 40 flat? Okay, I'll undo. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you mean like I have this width so I can connect them, and then I can separate them all at once. Just start connecting them. F this, F that, F everything. I'm I'm creating edges. Yeah, I know. Should have most likely selected the size. You are right. Selected this. Start with the big boys. Not sure. I heard about it. I did not have it. So when we do this, why you have it? Yeah, I've been thinking about that because I often find myself effing up, but so I think we do like multiple select or something, which figures out the now in edge mode select edge like that. Now press. So like we select one edge and when we do F, it actually does. This case from here, F connects it to this. So this has to go too. Select one edge. Yeah, I know, but it still this is still okay. But I'm going to delete this vertex here. I mean, by delete, I mean just get rid of it. There's really nothing that's. And then this is what you are saying. Select this edge, and if it actually does the completion there. Then when we do another if, it's going to complete it to other surface and this another if. So we don't select the other edge. It keeps selecting the next one. Yeah, the weave angle and such, and it actually moves the target further. That's what I'm noticing. But I think I did it. So in other words, yeah, it's a big F time. So let's also delete this. Well, by delete, I know what I mean. This 2 will be merged. This 3 will be. We'll dissolve this edge. I think that's what we did last time. Select this, and we'll F it. The top all, you can select the left and right edge. Did it? No? Invalid face. Now we have an invalid face. Do I? This face doesn't look invalid to me. Maybe you mean like this. This center is sort of like up, instead of like being on this axis, perhaps. You would make a cut from the inner corner to the back, from this to this. Turn off this thingy. I messed up something here. So the face doesn't fall in on itself like that because that screws it together. I think I did this inner corner to the back corner. Yet I should be seeing two faces here and the face selector is not quite there. Still thinks this is just one face because I actually did not really quite divide it. So let's do this. Nope, that's not. Wasn't there something like clean? Didn't use J to cut it. I used F. I did an edge. I did. Guilty as charged. Bold edges. Delete edges. So you are saying do this. J. And use J to delete that new shiny edge. Sometimes I don't easily remember where it was. Let me see. Connects vertex path is the J. Now we have this proper face and this. That's what you'll start with. Yeah, cool. I think I don't use certain functionalities that often. Kind of feel like I know what I need, but I don't often remember where they are. So thank you for your help. Uh, and some things I don't actually even know. But now, where are we here? So let's look at this proper view. So we have the ring kind of thing. This will definitely be cleaned up after we separate it. It's as if I saw some kind of bulging. Yeah, here it's bulging. It will be gone anyway. I'm not too worried about it. A lot. Let me see. It's the things that stick when. Honestly, since we have the base, at some point it's like, well, I'll just kind of do. Let's clean this up. Also madness. So these two can be merged to this. Let's delete this bottom face. Now it's time to separate stuff. Let's hide the balcony to H. This is just the building itself. It's good enough to select things. We'll be selecting these and separating them by selection. Is this game about? Can you show the game once? I can try. Um, well, we have a Steam page. May give you some idea or not. The demo is a bit broken today because we are in the middle of fixing a bug. So if I run it, it will most likely fail, but I'll try. So you may occasionally see the game's Steam page URL in the chat. So it keeps repeating that every half an hour or so. So you could look at the screenshots, but it's essentially a gardening simulation game for PCs. In terms of game, as long as it's running, which is not, as I said, it's sort of broken. If you check out our last week's devlog, you may get some visuals. In other words, we have a lot of gardening features. So the visual style will be low poly, and we are working out garden layout today, so we can put our functionality over a properly designed garden. So I hope that helps. I know sometimes people want to see the game instead of stuff about the game, but that's really where we are. But thank you for your interest, Abhishek. Um, let's see. Looks like a stray word next to the foot of the door. I think you are talking about this view that I just merged. Did that. Let me this. Okay. This is going to be an interesting exercise here. Nope, too overzealous. Let me see if I can select side view, right view, orthographic. Enable this. Select a whole bunch of things here. Bottom door, left side. Bottom door, left side. The bottom door side. So looking at the front, sort of left side. There's a lot of shit here. Yeah, there's a that is yeah, and then there's another edge going on here. Here's one edge. What is going on here? Um, there's a whole level of madness here. There's an edge. There's sort of a creeping edge which is not selectable. This so this vortex is connecting to this vortex because this whole side is sort of curved, making a sort of pushed in a little bit with a curve, ever so slightly. You have a very flat bottom quad. Inside door was made with an inside of the house. Yeah, there is some funny business going. It's as if I'm just going to say, track the door, make a flat face, and then just slap the door as a separate object instead of. And you know why? We'll actually need to do that because if we go to the game, uh, stop running the game. Let's go back to our house. Because here's the problem: when I assign the color to the building, I'm also coloring the door too. So I have to be extracting the door. Yeah. So the door is part of the house right now, geometry wise, which is a problem. Because before everything was coming from the UVs, but we are disabling the texture file. We are assigning our material files to the proper bits. This has to be done properly. So my best shot is following your advice from the window. I should be extracting the door either from the top or from the bottom and then put that into collectionist. Pull it here. That is really super useful. For viewers who are joining us, let's show them how it's done. Yeah, I will actually just annihilate the whole bottom and then that whole like door. Yeah, I'll separate the door from the top actually, in fact, because I can see that I have a bit more leeway here. This is too close to the bottom that I won't know what I'm selecting. So let's get to the bottom of this mat. So maybe here is a chance to use Blender's more Control Plus. Let's see if this is good enough. Looks like a good selection to me. Are are Engons okay in games? Cynix or Cynix perhaps. Her nickname. Question is, are Engons okay in games? I think the latest discussion or the latest answer to that is okay as long as you're not animating them. If it's static objects, it's okay. If you're animating, the engine is making educated guesses about your how the Engon is going to be triangulating, and when you're animating, those triangles are like if you are bending a person's arm, if it's going to stretch or if it's going to sort of be pushed inside the model, like there's a deformation happening. So you don't want to leave that kind of like guesswork to the game engine. So if it's animating, yeah, you better not leave anything with angle. Yeah, and the result of that, you will be creating shading artifacts. Anglo is saying on Twitch. I'm still not 100% sure if Twitch people can see YouTube people's comments, vice versa. But there are people answering your question in the chat. And also, if the face is flat, angons are okay too. Another thing too, you could have an angon with some weird, like if the vertices are on a separate plane, one of them is here or there. I actually came across that problem when I was editing our tomato plant leaf. which is fixed now. Uh, but I did come across problems like that when it was Angon and the angles were so weird. It's now fixed. But you could get away with it. I wouldn't want to make this whole thing an Angon, mind you. You could get away with it. So let's enable the see-through. This kind of looks okay to me. Yeah, it depends on how the engine cuts it up. Really. This looks like a very good selection to me. Maybe the inside faces here, are they selected? They are selected. Wow, we have a very, very, very nice selection. Let's do P, and then let's push our locks. P by selection, done. Here's our, okay. Here's the frame, door frame. This actually is empty. See this part. Here is the back face. Oh, I did not select the face that exists. Anyway, we'll complete them. Their scene. We move this to another scene. So we'll do something like copy objects. We go to the other scene, collectionist. Here's where we can start keeping collection. We'll call this ultimate door. Okay. Which game engine are we using? Godot engine. Just a quick look at it. It is an accomplished, good engine like Unity, Unreal. Has its ups and downs like every engine does. It's our choice because our game has a lot of UI screens, to manage things because it's a simulation game, and creating game UI with Godot is a lot easier. That's why we chose it. We'll have many more screens like this. Skinning things is also easy too. By creating, I meant default components. Like here's a tree component that you have three items opening. Easy. Creating scrollable areas is super easy. Each one of these things is actually a component that you could kind of create UI elements from existing components. That sort of thing is super easy. I'm giving a bit vague answer, but doing this kind of UI work, I found it's a lot easier in Godot. This looks like an application right now. Like you have radio buttons, you have toggle buttons, that kind of thing. One of them is select, sort of thing. Not to be confused with the in-game trees. Exactly. Talking about these trees, yeah. Your feedback on your ArtStation. Oh, well, paste your ArtStation URL. We will take a look at it. Share it with us. Ultimate door. Let's paste it. Okay. So we'll deal with this soon. Sure, it'll be fun. Let's come back here and then let's delete this here. Faces. Delete those faces. Now, and really flatten all this. That's good. Can move all that here. In fact, this whole inside thing will be gone anyway soon. So we'll deal with that soon because we have a few other things to do. So I've been told that when people paste URLs into YouTube, it removes them. Let me know if that's the case. Because maybe you are not able to paste it, and I don't really know why. It's not something that I limited. How about Twitch? What about Twitch? Not sure. So Miniman 10,001. Do links murder Twitch? I don't really know. You could paste one and then see if it see try to go and paste google.com. Then we'll confirm whether you have successfully, or when you are done with it, whether we'll see it or not. So because we know sometimes YouTube is a link murderer. I still don't know why. It happens. I can clearly see this coming out. That. Okay. So if that's the case, maybe what we should do is select. See. Links work on here. I think so. We are seeing a push the URL, the JPEG. I hope it's not something naughty, but the link is there. I'm not going to click it just in case. What you're playing. Okay, I'm clicking it. Wiring tool. What playing? I see. Is this your test project? It's not something that I'm familiar with as a game. Maybe it's your own creation. But the links are working, we know. So that's good news. So Twitch people can paste links. YouTube is not allowing links. Maybe it's a temporary problem. Maybe it's not. I've also been told that today YouTube is also not posting the stream thumbnails to the platform. So I don't know if they have resolved that issue. So let's be smart about this. We have 4 here. 4 times 5, 20 vertices. So we have them. So we should do SY 0. So they're all flat. You're playing Gary mode space age server, and you program the auto miner which links the chain of nodes. Sounds nerdy. Good. We like nerds. Okay, we should keep selecting these other like this. Okay, so I should have 24. That's good. And I should have another 4 here. Yes. Selected. 28. So that's good. And we already have this corner selected. Now we have to separate this. Um, right. We could honestly select the inside one because we are going to end up extruding it anyway. Select this. Then we'll delete these inside parts later. So we had 28 over 4, 7 times. Now it's 5, so 35. Now we, okay, let's do another round of selection here because we will need a thickness. And then once we separate it, we'll deal with the missing parts. Now we have, this is the extra one. It says to connect this way. Don't know why the links are not working on Livestream, but no problem. Yeah, the YouTube is butchering the links, I've been told. And it sounds like it's today's new development because a week or two ago, I was able to see a URL from a different viewer. So let's do P here, and we do selection separation. Now we are a little bit funny situation here. So we'll do this as a ring. It's kind of the ring around the building. Now we have to fix our building feature. You can already see that we have a bit of a problem here. Not really. This is a problem. This is a problem for the ring too, I believe. Delete those vertices too. Merge them at last. Oops. Eventually I'll merge this down. That's the whole idea. But I don't want to be too careless about this. All this can be merged at the first, and this one can be merged to this part. This is the funny part. Not gonna be important. This is the angon that we are talking about actually. I can't remember who asked if the angons are okay. I think we are slowly approaching that angon point. Yeah, I'm going to butcher this at some point. Gotta complete the face here. We might even have to actually create this as a new cutting tool. Just shamelessly F2. I mean F. Messed this up. Let me see. Okay. Let me dissolve this edge. Dissolve this. Something funny is going on. Funny. Wrong option. Edge. There you go. And now you can do this and F. Okay, I'll keep cleaning this because it's making certain assumptions. Let's be selecting these two and Fing it. That's going to do it. Here it is. Now, technically, you may remove this. It's going to be an angon, but because this house is never going to be animated, it's okay. But this is the convention. Gotta make a face in the gap. Yeah, then you can dissolve it. Yeah, I think it's good now. We'll have the same problem here too. What are let's see. Gotta make a face in the gap. In this case, we are actually going to snap this. Fix the problem, and then we'll dissolve this soon. This is gonna come up here. So what should happen to these two? Let's see. This is gonna go away anyway. So, okay, this is gonna be all flat here. So let's kind of do. We have that massive problem here. You know, I'm at the point that I may actually select the healthy vertices here and extrude down. I'd actually do that. Let's just delete them. Let's delete a whole bunch of these two. If only construction was easy, right? So we'll just connect these faces because we don't really. I'm using the F2. Let's see what happens when I select this edge F2, which does this, and selects this edge. We do another F. We then have this. Right one to the corner. So we could technically have this like an angle, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe we don't divide it here. It'll be fine to answer that angle quick, but this is okay too. Does it add one more triangle? It does. So, but it's automatically done for you in the game anyway. But what I don't want to end up doing is that just for the sake of seeing it, or so it kind of looks proper, that another vertex here that I'm putting a vertical line here. That's what I don't want to do. Then that's going to create geometry. I think this is as clean as we can get. I think. Let's save the file onto the ring. Hit edit mode. See if I'm leaving anything junky behind. Nope. Ring. Here's the ring. That extra thing that was coming out is missing here because I ended up deleting it, but that's easy to let me first fix these vertices here. You would subdivide the bottom edge and make two quads. Let's address that issue. I move forward. So you would subdivide the bottom edge, two quads. I think you're talking about this, right? Quads. I'm okay with this. I value your opinion, but I think I'll leave it like this. So I think you mean this, like, so that when I make two quads, this is going to look two rectangles instead of a trapeze and a triangle. I think that's where you're going with the subdivision. It doesn't matter really. Bigger fish to fry. Let's we are gonna get rid of all this, and we should also select the back too. I think this is what we'll do. We'll do all the vertices gone, and we'll use the edge. We'll merge these two. I mean, connect these two faces, right? Okay. This is when we do F, but the viewing angle that you were talking about, sort of like F puts it up. Then we want to put it up, puts it there. We don't want that. Let's see. If I do this, didn't do anything, so I'll actually kind of force it to be right done. Okay, this by itself is going to do it. The bottom part is not that important. I may delete those triangle faces or the triangle parts there. And then this has to be F'd. And this looks like this. Okay, here's the ringleader. And this is the face that I'm talking about. Maybe I'll do this bottom parts. Let's look at the number of triangles, 38. We'll delete the faces. Done. Done. This one too. This one doesn't have it. Yeah, because I didn't connect that anyway. I was going to delete those. And that way, if we now enable the building, the ring is a separate object. Means we can style this in Godot. The funny part is it had a white top section and the rest was a normal color. How can we do that? Because I think that's the downside, right? If stuff is UV mapped, you could move the UVs to the right color, but we are not using UV maps. So we are assigning separate materials to different sections. So should this ring be really separated so that we have the top part and then the side part? We can answer that same question in this fashion. Here's our building. Would it be possible to color this section of it differently by a certain mechanism in Godot? I don't think it's possible because we cannot see the child of this structure. The children is not enabled. We are not sure whether the children could be enabled in Blender through uh, collections. Let's try it. We will still come back to this building soon. Let's save it. Let's select objects, export. It's done. Godot. Have to. Is my house. Open anyway. And okay, so the materials are. Okay, this is the material here is assigned. You could actually see some of the structures, so that's actually good. Like frame is here. I think I will separate it and parent it. That way we can actually access. That's a better way of doing it. Also, we have just brought in the other scene here as well. So did I not select the right option? Select objects. When I selected this, this was initially selected. Oh, why is this lost now? Means this has been lost. Only the selected objects. Load. That's it. Okay, this is the fixed model. Go back to Blender. So here's the ringleader. We got to separate the top part so we can have a bit of visual interest. Probably do Alt, no, Shift, click. Forgot. Select the edge. Anyway, I could have selected it all this time. I forgot. Edge loop. Select all the edges around it. Am I gonna UV map that house model? Nope, I won't. We are using flat colors, so UV mapping doesn't matter. We are literally assigning materials that have albedo. That's the art style we are going for. So all this color variation that you see here is thanks to the ambient occlusion that the game engine is bringing in, but this by itself is just a special material, which is the most basic shader with just albedo color. This doesn't use any texture. There is no UV mapping, which is handy because as soon as you are done with your model, you are pretty much done. You just have to assign your materials inside the game engine, which you have to do anyway, but Those materials don't need to use a texture, therefore you don't need to do UV mapping in Blender. In the future, if someone is capable of designing materials in Blender so they could be efficiently converted into Godot materials, is something I might work on at some point, most likely after I release the game, at least another year ahead. Maybe I'll do in the meantime, but that's really a high priority task. So we'll separate this collection, and then let's call this selection ring top. See, you use Quixel Mixer to make your own textures. Yeah, that's a quality program. What is the other one? Substance abuse. You know what I'm talking about. The Substance family of texture making tools. Quixel is a good tool too. Definitely. If we were working on a more realistic looking, visually speaking, game, yeah, I would have used those options. Substance designer is expensive. Substance paint. You know, there is armor paint or armor paint, I think. And if you other interesting tools, actually, one of the tools that I know that it is actually made with Godot, which is kind of ironic. It's called Material Maker, I believe. I think it's on itch. Yeah, Rodzilla itch.io. Um, it depends on what you want to make. It may have a few limited options than other tools, but this I think this is free too, or name your own price. Quixel Mixer is free. Is it though? Quixel Mixer is free, but it is free if you have a you have an agreement with Unreal, like you are going to use Unreal Engine in your game, that they open it to you as a free option, or is it really free? Like, why don't we check it? Pixel Mixer, download for free. But you can always download it for free, but I may not be able to use it for free. There's a big difference. You can make your own textures. They have assets for. Yeah, the assets are cool. I think this is a good option too. Armor paint is I keep hearing good things, but this is something that I want to check at some point too. If you are a Godot user, this will look familiar because this is built with Godot, and it lets you create substance like textures. Um, and plus, you could be supporting another indie guy because it creates all these like brick textures, which is kind of what Substance Painter or designer doing initially. We all start with bricks, I believe, and then wood, and then metal, that kind of thing. But see, this is exactly what Substance Paint designer is doing. You have all these skulls with height map. They feel like they are just sticking out of this surface. The assets are free to use in Unreal Engine. That's the thing about like making games in this day and age. They have so many options, so many tools. Stuff is available most of the time freely. Time is an issue, right? Should most likely be looking at Blender, not Godot. Top. By the way, you are visual art student from India. Awesome. Cool. Where are you in your studies? First year, last year? Well, parent is to the ringleader. see this one. Control P. Ringleader. Let's see. Should bring in that door, which means we should actually start fixing that. I will hide this. Let's first start by fixing faces here, right? I'm also looking at something. Hmm. You hate Unreal Engine? What is the source of your hate? Is it C++? Is it the way the game engine interface is looking sort of uninviting? Explain the source of your hate. Poorly made games. Oh, a lot of people would disagree with that. They may actually say Unity has been used to make very poor games, and Unreal Engine, first person shooters, it markets to be easy. Hmm. Again, I'm kind of flaming the conversation here. I'm not, a lot of people say the same thing for Unity. That's it makes things look easy. Everybody's doing it, but nobody knows what they are doing. So we have shit games out there. Look at PUBG. So let me see. Synex is saying it's a 4-year course in India in second year, but they don't teach properly. You're learning it myself. That sucks, man. Don't do anything they did. Like look at PUBG. Yeah, that's such a popular game. I don't think I played it. I don't think I. The only multiplayer game I ever played was EVE Online, and even after so many years, that got stale. And yeah, I'm not usually big on multiplayer games. They had 2 million polygon eyes for 6 months before they fixed it. 2 million polygon eyes. What does it? Oh, you mean like eyes of game characters? 2 million polygon? Am I understanding it correctly? Having 2 million. Wow. Okay, that's yeah. It's, it is a bit too much or too many. You want to count it too many. Just bad devs. Yeah, I think yeah, it's not really the engine's fault. It's not like people abuse the power that the engine is giving them. I wouldn't blame the engine there. Let's be fair. Yeah, there's that asset flip, right? They take the asset without optimizing it, and well, they just want to make the game, not really create the game. Like I think there's a difference between making a game, like let's just collect a bunch of assets and make a game, and creating a game. I think there's a subtle difference, but maybe a big one. Okay, let's click this edge. Let's F it. Now we actually have to separate those because they have to be glass. Okay, so in fact, they are one and the same object, which is okay. They don't need to be called building at all. It could be called glass. Let's see. You had a 4:3 monitor in the past, and we got rid of horizontal field of view. Yeah, I hear you, Manglo. It's yeah, it could be a pain in where to make everything yourself too. Yeah, yeah, the field of view. I see. Yeah, see, that's it, right? At some point, you are stuck with the game engine's preferences. You are refusing to learn some stuff. Oh boy, yeah. I think um in all the conference talks, among all the indie guy, like in conferences, sort of private conversations, whatever, my conclusion is that yeah, we don't ever want to touch the sound stuff at all. It's the least interesting topic. um I don't know why. The sound stuff, because I think it feels like this, I'm bad at creating textures. Okay, let me use Substance Designer, Quixel Mixer. I can learn it. I can create textures. Okay, if I suck at development, I will spend a weekend course. I will learn how to program. But with sound, I don't think it's quantifiable like that. It's like, well, I'm just going to sit down and learn the whole sound theory and whatever. I think that feels the most alien. UI is still okay for me. I actually like designing UI. But it could be difficult. I think what you mean by UA is this is not the design itself, but it's the information management. Because you gotta know how much information there is, how much of it you should reveal to the player, and when the player sees it, does it make sense to the player? That designing that is really hard actually, and we take that for granted sometimes because when we use devices like this too, phones and other things, there is UI there too. The buttons, your DVD player, everything like that. There's a reason why buttons are at a certain place. And they are, grouped in a certain area together, that kind of thing. That's actually difficult to make so that it's easy to use. It's not if it's not that convenient, people don't like using devices. They go for a competitor, another option. Checking my geometry. So this is the glass. We'll make this part of the door, right? This is the door. This is actually the frame itself. Okay. Is there any other part here that I should be separating? This door doesn't have a knob. Do we really care? It's kind of a glass door. Maybe it's sliding in. Another days. Click this, and we do Control P, and we do parenting. Here's our frame. It's kind of like a door. Um, we'll make perhaps the back side of this as the center, just so I know to work with the UI. I see. Yep, the prefab stuff, right? But again, what you're doing sounds a bit more advanced. Again, anything advanced that in the game engines, you're kind of fighting against the engine's assumptions. But I hear you. It's time to select something here. We'll assume the bottom part is the edge mode, please. Thank you. This one. Ooh, okay. We'll just do what is okay. That's the center. That's good. I like that. Cursor to selected. About Q. Origin to 3D cursor. Okay. Then we'll do. We should definitely do something like scale station. And if you don't have anything selected, none of that will happen, sir. Do it. And then we do Shift S. No, not S. Cursor to world origin. This object. This object. Q. Selection to cursor. I don't quite know what this is. It's like parenting to something here. Dear parent. What is this? Oh, that's this guy is here. It's connected to the kind of doesn't matter because it's actually part of origin. Let's do tab. Let's select everything. Q cursor to select it. Good. Let's do transformation for you two. Control A, scale done. Control A, rotation done. Then the frame itself has already been transformed properly. We go back to our scene and I will now select this edge. This edge. Why can't I select this edge? Because I'm selecting the wrong object. This edge. Okay. Let's put the cursor here. Cursor to select it. We'll do Shift A, collection. We'll bring the ultimate door. Now let's deal with this new reality. What are we looking at? Ultimate door. I like this snapping here. Could most likely get rid of this bottom face so it's snug and it doesn't fight the Z index. We definitely have the fight going on here. So let me just pull this out a little bit. That's it. So let's undo this and let's try to fix it in the other scene. Let's see if we can. Now this object's origin frame. I think the fact that that's perhaps we should put the origin at the back of the frame itself, but meaning the glass itself here. Look at it from the top and you can see the problem. There you go. This should not be here, but this should be here. Which means there's already a cursor selected. We could do view, origin to 3D cursor, done, save. Do that. Fortunately, I have to bring it in again. Sure. Oh, here, okay, let's see. It should have been. This should have come out a bit. Did I? Wait a minute. Well, it is. But did I move this in the world? Like, that's it. Control, sorry, not Shift S, cursor to origin, select this bad boy. View, selection to cursor, done, save. Shift A, ultimate door. Okay, that was not that smart because I actually centered it here, right? Good job. Another house. Excuse me. Cleaned it as much as you could. It's pretty much the definition of low poly. Let's see. Scuffed house. Be a new download. Hoop 2. Oh, It's an interesting concept. And you were worried about the pulleys. Let's check the pulleys. 600 pulleys. Impressive. Could be even more low poly if you get rid of the backside of walls and things. Backside walls and things. So in the game, we are actually going to rotate like this and then 90 degrees, 90 degrees. So we will actually see these walls. Thinking that a lot of objects will kind of block each other, maybe we'll get rid of these windows here. So that's where we might save it, but we'll keep the face itself. 666 edges, that's edgy, that's really super. We are all on edge, sir. 666. This looks nice. This is a separate object. Cool. Yeah, and then the bottoms are here gone. So I think this is kind of our arbitrary angle in the game. Let's see. Depending on the camera angle, if we never see these windows, they could be removed too. Let me simulate sort of the camera angle. Okay, we'll see those. Maybe. Yeah, this looks cool. All windows are this. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. I can imagine a few plants here and there just for decoration. Thank you. Hit the balcony. Could just extrude downwards. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe if I'm getting rid of the windows here, so it could be to give that to compensate for the gap. Need for it, definitely. And it won't affect the vertices anyway. It's still going to be their positions just change. Something like this. That might happen. Let me see. On top, when I rotate, I can see a hole. Let's see. In this part, let me rotate. Is this the hole? I can see the hole. I see. Okay. This is the hole. Yeah, it's see through. Yep. So let me read your earlier comments. You removed some polygons border. See, the interesting part is this. At this angle, yeah, it's still see-through. Yeah, we gotta complete that, but it's not a big deal. Because from this angle, yeah, you'll never get to see it, but from here, yeah, you'll see it. We don't have a plain background here. You would have definitely seen the color. But this is an interesting looking piece. Yeah, it is going to rotate 90 degrees quickly like this. If only I could run the game. Can't. It would take many hours to get it to a position to run. Let me try my luck with maybe we have the tutorial part running without it. Which is going to be a different kind of problem. Nope. Unknown GLB. I'm in the middle of editing a model file, which is not. Yeah, another day's thing. Little by little, you will get there. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Go back to this madness. So I accidentally moved the origin to the center vertically. Nevertheless, this is still not jutting out as like this. They've been more like this. Let's go back to the drawing board. So thank you again for your hard work. Let's see if the back is actually. The back looks okay to me. Let's stick it to the bottom. Is this object, right? Yeah, now I'm selecting the back faces as the source of. Then I do Q, origin to 3D cursor. Okay, and when we do Shift S, this origin to selection to cursor. The only downside here is, of course, this is still here, but maybe it should have been sort of that level. And we also discussed whether we want to see this or not. I don't think it will matter. This might actually be just fine. Let's see. I'm a bit hesitant about this one. Definitely the right place. Yeah. And we are golden. Ultimate door. Yeah, I think no matter what I do, those faces are too close to this face. Um, okay, let's look at the architecture here because I think I'm making dumb decisions here. Not really paying attention to what is supposed to happen. So my fixes in the other scene are not quite reflecting the reality of this scene here. Because this snapping is actually perfect. I'll undo it. I will, in fact, call a new instance. So the snapping is perfect because the origin of this new door is snapped to the faces here at the end, which is basically the glass itself. Okay, so the glass is snapped to the house wall. Technically, it is correct. Problem is, um, the frame looks like sort of at a forward position than the glass itself. So they should be maybe on the same plane. So when the snapping is happening, we don't actually see this sort of weird gap here. And also that perhaps the frame itself should be on this y-axis behind further in than the glass itself so that this glass is not fighting with the z-index. You have two offset by, yeah, I could, but I think there's a fundamental problem here, which is the way I'm describing, because we should be aligning the frame and the glass itself should be sort of offset inside the frame, maybe by just a fraction, like saying. Right now, it's as if the whole alignment is according to the glass itself, so the frame is always forward. That's stupid. So back to the drawing board. So in other words, here's the frame, here's the glass itself. Um, Let me wrap my head around it. Maybe I'll have lunch. Maybe I'm slowing down. It's 4:30 in the afternoon. I gotta eat something. Okay, so this is what the player will see. He will see this. Here is detail. Here's the glass itself. This glass could technically be inside of it like this. And by your words, it's some fraction, arbitrary pool, something like this, close enough to your value, I believe. Which means this is not going to fight with the wall anymore. However, design-wise, the frame itself is also the problem. The glass inset problem, we fixed it. But the frame itself is also, look, there is a vertex here for the frame, and then there is this sort of the detailed geometry inside the extrusions and such. This vertex here is, these two are part of the same structure. Of course, if we pick this back plane as the origin point, of course we are going to have some stuff sort of sticking out. So they have to be leveled. Or if you level it though, then which means all these in between pixels, if they actually level themselves to this backplane, then you are going to lose this geometry here. It's sort of like a inset look. So you gotta do is sort of like we gotta pull this out to this level. No one really needs to know what is happening inside. So in other words, we are going to move this and snap it to this vertex snap. This is individual origin, so we'll do something like, how did we do this last time? It was about closest. Use mark sharp. No, but we have a geometry problem here. Everything is not in the right place. I don't think it's a sharp problem. We are maybe suggesting making it sharp to something or select something. This vertex has to be, oh, I just did it. So similarly, this vertex has to be at the same level as this. So we actually see the top of the frame covering the gap there. This is the effect that I want. Let's tab out. So the back face is still the origin, but when we put it this way, we don't see that gap. And the bottom actually doesn't have that fix. We have that gap now, bottom vertex. So we still have the snap. So we'll do GY and do this, fixed from here, and then we'll select this. Okay, let's do this part too. GY fixed. Most likely have another one here. GY fixed. And here's another one, GY. You need to snap on axis. Yeah, I just did, I think. Just moved in. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Just snapped. This is a funny looking guy. Not too concerned about that. Let's get that close. Let's put this in its object mode scene. Let's delete this. Shift A. Ultimate door. There you go. We don't have the Z fighting, and we could still delete that face there too, but I think I lowered it a bit anyway, so it's not actually fighting there. So we don't have that frame sort of gap. We have something sort of coming out of the wall, which is what we want. If anything, we have that weird thing maybe at the bottom, but again, no one will notice that. Yeah, it's actually going down. I think this might be it. In merge, never to snap vertices. Do we really need to merge it there? We don't really need to merge it. Because I was trying to snap this to the same plane as this one. We don't really need to merge. We could to, I mean, there's this bit here. Oh, but this is the, okay, let me see. This is, disable this. I think we are good. We are good. Because we need this to create that, because here's another, you need to extend something coming out of, I can only speak English sometimes. You see a surface like this being part of this, there's a piece of wood here, and inside there's this glass. So part of this has to be going behind this plane, which is what's going on here. I think it is good. So we gotta do this door placement here too. Balcony. Um, let's come here. Let's put this. This is when. This is what Manglo was saying. Put a quad here and such, so I could have had this edge here to center it. Because I'm trying to find a happy place here. Somewhere here, like. So I could place the door. Or I could always eyeball it a bit. I think I might do that. So I'll do Q cursor to select it, tab out, Shift A, and I'll do ultimate door, and I'll just move this. Doesn't have to be military precision, as long as we have something. Let's see if this looks decent. The house. My main complaint is actually this. The door frames look like shit. This looks okay-ish. Sticking. Thinking, yeah, there's honestly something funny looking at the bottom. I'm going to delete that face. Something. There is something definitely funny going on here. Let's look at it from the front. It actually is flat, and yet it gives this illusion that it's sort of curved. You know, sort of means these faces are funny looking. Why? What? Ooh. This whole door frame thing, right from the get go. I think the upper parts don't have this problem, but definitely there's something funny. These vertices, they are not on the same, like, they are not like this. Snap vertex, GY, that's looking better. Let's do this one, GY, that really wasn't that much of a problem, but this one maybe is a GY. I think that looks 100 times better. Safe to assume that we have a similar problem here. Yeah, we do. Maybe the designer did this to create this kind of, but the light is sort of funny, right? Yeah, let's not be fancy. Straightforward here. It is not the right time to be artistically creative here. Because it's just a fucking frame. No, the game isn't about door frames. It isn't about architecture. It's just plain squares and such. I think this is fixed. This is as fixed as possible. Yeah, we have that weirdness going on with this vortex here too. Done. This will not be seen anyway. What the hell? GY. So on to the next one. GY. All flat. And we already did the bottom. Double check. Yep. Looks good. Save. Go back to the other scene. Because this is a duplicate or something, or okay. The bottom. I think this looks good. Except that bottom thing, which is a whole other topic, but there's none of that weirdness going on. Get it from far. Orthogonal. Marginally better. I'm gonna warm up some lunch. I won't cut the stream yet. But when the lunch is hot, I will take a break. Be back in a minute or two. Less than a minute, perhaps. Okay. So, lunch is 12 minutes away. Let's see what we can squeeze in 12 minutes. So, who agrees that the door frame looks like shit? This top one is okay because the bottom part is inserted into the structure. This bottom one, I don't think it is actually structurally accurate. It's as if this has to be flush, which involves that I go and then fix the origin anyway. I might actually do that. I'll delete this face. That's that. Funny thing is, why am I still seeing the same problem here? Or am I seeing the same problem? I moved some of these, okay. Did I move it far enough? Maybe I'll move them a bit. Yeah, I think I'll move them further in. There's still that gap that is annoying me. That's not really maybe our concern here. I mean, this is already looking much better without that bottom part. I'll go and then move the back parts in. Fix, edit. Also reusable easily on other tabs, definitely. Yeah, because the game isn't about architecture, so we could slap this on different house models where the building itself looks different, but the door frames may all look the same. So definitely. So thanks to you, I'm actually now uh, abusing the snapping function. I got the hang of it. I'm actually enjoying it. Instead of fearing it. This one has to be pulled in. I think I missed this intersection. Where are you? Why? Yeah, there are certainly some interesting choices. Anyhow, GY pull here, and I think there's one. No, I did that from the other side. There might be a middle one here, perhaps. Pulled it in and out there. Yeah. Snapping is powerful. When you understand how to navigate what to snap at to where you can precision place things. So that's something that I always wanted in Maya 2, and I think I got the hang of it in Maya 2. They actually offer visual help, like say when you select the first one and the last one, pretty much like the active selection, whatever. Then you get a visual help here, which is sort of like center it, or like meet them in the middle, or snap it to the end, which is kind of like a visually presented instead of this sort of thing. And I liked it in my. Maybe they have changed it now. This is useful too. Yeah, once you got the hang of it, it's actually. Let's see. Where are we? Do we? What is this? What is that? But this was flat. I flat. Did I move the wrong axis? I mean, wrong vertex? Yeah, I think so. You wanted to snap the active since either you are snapping a single word object or you want the selection you have to stay consistent. Yeah, the fact that, yeah, you have to be a bit careful too. Like, there are too many options. Well, so many options. Possibilities are endless. It's quite powerful, really, this snap thing. And this is the built-in thing, and who knows who did what with their plugins. And I'm continually messing up with the geometry of this door frame. Going to undo a few things here, especially this part. I'm kind of getting tired of the frame itself. Default it does close, which is not really useful when snapping more than. Yeah, yeah, that's the default option, right? But in this case, let's say I want to snap this to here so that they are kind. I think I sort of see the problem. I can see the bottom face there. Okay, this is the kind of moment when I say F it. I think I do this from scratch because I got all these models done by someone else. It's not my original creation. There are some things I would have done or started differently. Explains a lot of the frustration I'm having. Um, you would start by dividing it in middle, and yeah. But to do that, I have to make sure that I have a good middle one. Which side is the pick though? It's like, is it the left or the right? Is it the bottom or is it the top? So, and also that soon in 5-6 minutes I'm going to be eating. So can we? Is in 5-6 minutes. I'll continue after lunch anyway. I'll put the stream on pause. As soon as you hear my voice, you'll know that I'm back. But let's see what else can we do in the. Yeah, this is definitely looking more and more awkward by the minute. But I'm going to disable this glass part because that's not really our. Let's focus on this frame. So you are saying we should actually have a good part here. I'm agreeing with you. So on that note, I'm going to do this. Zoom in. Okay. We know that these two have to be on the same plane, and they are. This is good. This is good. I like this. Okay. I'm actually going to take maybe this part, the top. That's going to be one quadrant. And then I'll do array modifier. Let's make sure that the top parts are okay. By that, we have to make sure that this is aligned properly, which is aligned properly. This curved part is pissing me off. I think, oh, I think I know what the problem is. There should be two vertices here. One aligned on this, one aligned on this plane. Because I think the problem is I'm doing back and forth. Like I align this one to this plane, which screws up this part. But maybe this actually should be aligned to this part. Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Which explains why I was undoing some of my work. When I thought I actually fixed this gap problem, I ended up recreating the gap. That explains a lot of things. which means that this corner is also inset. There you go. Should not be inset. Should be exactly like that. Which means this is also inset. Now it's flat. Oh boy. It should be flat like this. So these five are on the same plane. Like that. These three are on the same plane too. It's like this corner piece here. Now I have to see, how can I cut this? I'm only interested in this vertex, and then we sort of make it turn this vertex, this sort of group of vertices, but also means I need to sort of cut it here. So I think I'm going to subdivide this edge, subdivide. That puts another vertex there, which is matching this line, and which also means I have to put another subdivision here too, so I can have a vertex that's sort of following this line. Catch up on chat. Looks like you merged two wrong. Yeah, it's been so messy there. Limit of the model. Select the word up there, make a J to cut this. Yep, that kind. So I'm only trying to select this this top left thing. But I'm just hearing the beep of the microwave. It's cursing at me. I'm going to eat my lunch and I'll be with you after that. So in the meantime, you'll see some white and blue screens. Okay, lunch is over. Hi, Phil. Not sure if you're still there. I had a lunch break. I'm back. Well, lunch at 5. Could be dinner. See. So just a recap for people who joined us later or who just joined us. The main goal is to create a garden scene in Godot, but we are fixing models that will go into such models. Sorry, such a scene. So for the lunch break, I was trying to separate this top left corner of this door frame. So I could use an array modifier to fix the geometry because we are having a lot of difficulties with this. Let's see if we have done a good job here. We gotta connect these geometries here for sure because there's still some discrepancy. I think at this point it is safe to start deleting some stuff because we have this thing that will connect. However, that may actually be enough. Let me double check if the top part also has that safety vortex. Yeah, I think we could start deleting things. It's gonna look awkward no matter what. Part of it. Okay. So now we also need to delete these side parts too because we'll we'll actually connect this section here. Maybe we'll snap this here. That's the whole point. But then this is the center point, which means we should also delete the, yeah, this should be deleted. So then we can connect to the center piece. This is going to look like an awkward sort of like a leftover piece here, which also means that we have to create the back vertex here. Things could snap properly. In other words, we need one vertex here, another one here. Okay. Also, we have one more missing here. That actually contributed to the whole madness, but we are fixing. And unfortunately, we do have those back ones, but we did not have the forward ones. So we've been moving things back and forth. So once we fix this part, we'll do array modifier, and then we'll have 4 of these door frame. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna create a vertex here from this one. I'll do extrude. Snapping is available, so I'll do extrude Y, and then do this. So we have vertex that snap to this plane. And then we could do another one that snaps to this plane. So extrude Y. I think I hit E. What did I hit? Did I hit W perhaps? E, Y. This looks like sort of in limbo vertices, but it'll all fit in the right place. It's not something that you might do conventionally, but that's what this whole stream is about. We are doing unconventional. Um, we also need another one here. EY. Now is the time to merge, I mean not merge, but connect faces or edges. Attach faces, connect edges, that kind of thing. Let's do edge selection, which is this. Let's do an F. Thing happened. Undo this. F this. Done. We also have to F this. I'm not going to bother with this because we are going to duplicate it and then we can always fix the faces later, because this is the kind of vortex that will be used as a midpoint, and we'll do the gray modifier that clip and well, we are definitely interested in fixing this face. Okay, we should go to the bottom. The inside part we don't really care, but we do care about these two. We also don't want this bottom part here. It's fighting, so we'll actually get rid of this part. Fix mode, this one, let's delete. It's as if I'm still doing something wrong here. This to be, I think this has to come all the way down. Means I haven't actually extruded this. This top part has to be, yeah, this was our main problem. So we were seeing this inner part. We don't. This face is blocking this other. And because I'm going to duplicate this, it's not going to be a problem for now. Should actually hide. So we may even get rid of this inner part here. We'll see how that goes. So selecting this object, let's save it. Array modifier. We may even actually put this center point. Q, no, edit tab, select Q, cursor to selected, origin cursor. To do array modifier, Q. Bill is saying Sonic Colors Ultimate was released, and people who made this game using Godot won't credit. They don't have to, according to Godot's license. It would be nice though, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Um, they were talking about it on Twitter about the license models. You don't really need to give credit, although it would be nice. You're not required. It's sad. I think array modifier is not the right modifier. What we are looking for is the mirror modifier. Problem though. Yeah, we'll fill in those bits here. But that is definitely very good news. Sonic Colors Ultimate. If the company that made it is not publicizing Godot as their choice of engine, I guess up to us to spread the word. Be nice, of course. Maybe we can also do this merging, the face completion here too. Why don't we do that? Fix is all done like this. Okay. And now we have to mirror this in I think we have to use 2 mirror modifiers here. This time in sorry, Z. Oh, it's not rotation, it's along Z we are. Okay, that makes sense because in my mind Y was the right choice. Apparently not. So this is that shadow thing coming in. It's my rendering mode that's seeing that normal. Yes. Okay. Creates confusion sometimes because ambient occlusion is also on, so we see some detail. But they done something like this. They modified the engine, call him Blind Squirrel engine. They won't even tell about Godot. Video that made Sonic Bullet Godot logo in there. So you feel like it's a dishonest move. You feel like if a company benefited so much from Godot, maybe the least thing, the least amount, what is the right way of saying? The minimum they can do is to give credit where credit is due. That would be nice, honestly, but um, yeah, it's unfortunate. The licensing model allows for any one of these sort of dishonest looking options. So it's legal, but it's awful. It's really what it is. And of course, I'm not defending, but it's like it's sort of justified. There's an explanation, whether we like it or not. Sad. Because I'm glad to put the Godot logo anywhere in our products. But this actually looks cleaner by the minute. I like this. This mirror modifier did the job, really. Is my own problem here? Yeah, it's just the light there. Save the scene. We still have that bottom part, which is normally computing, but we'll see. Maybe because I put the origin somewhere else. Now I have also changed the whole origin. We gotta put the origin down at the bottom. Now, of course, I have to apply the modifiers before I move the origin. Otherwise, I think this is completely different direction. If I let's apply the modifiers. Apply. Now we have a beautiful frame. Here's the glass. It's already parented. So by the way, Phil, I I saw what you meant with the Flappy Bird fight. Your channel, yeah, the comment section, I was able to read it, and I'm glad you resolved it peacefully. Save, go back here. Yeah, you will have that bottom part extending. Of course, it's here too. Now we'll remove it, most likely. But this actually looks proper now. There's no weird thing going on. Here too. If anything, the real problem with this door frame is that it's just It's thin. There is no. It's not exactly a frame. Normally, you should have thickness here. Maybe that's why it looks unnatural. Like if this has width, you're still going to look at the side of frame. You're going to see a flat face on the side. But the fact that we see this flat side on the side and the frame is just starting and finishing is maybe the problem. Maybe that's what my brain wants to see. I think we can do that this way. See, how can we do that easily? Disable this class so I'm not confused. So we need to extrude this edge. We need to extrude this edge, so they have to sort of like have to meet the corner. Then we have to move the vertices back again here. So essentially, we are going to have three. By three, I mean we have a vertex corner, another vertex corner. We need to have another vertex corner so we could simulate the width of the door frame. And we are going to have two vertex corners, one for here and then this part. That's what's missing. So then this is the triangle number will go up, but maybe we'll finish it under 120. If not, kind of who cares? And this is where we were also concerned about clean or not, right? For example, this one, right? Should this even be here? In fact, that is actually there lies the problem. Because looking at it from here, it's as if we could merge these vertices, this to this spot or this to this spot. But as soon as you do that, you are changing the frame inside here. Let's disable snap. Let's imagine we are actually doing it this way. So the frame is changing. That is the problem. So here's a maybe let's see. Let's try to extrude along individual, right? So here's the whole thing. We have to extrude this like this. Was it Alt E? Extrude edges. Did I extrude it? Was it Control E? Shift E? Okay, one of these. We got the shortcut for it. Along extrude individual. But we gotta extrude it along not quite that. Extrude along normals? Kinda. But then, is it even? Extrude region. I kind of want to do this for all the, let's try the vertex. Let's first select everything here. It's shift. Oh, not that one. This one. So let's switch to vertex. I want to, let's look at it from the front. I want to extrude this. But maybe along normals, right? Extrude. But don't want to extrude this in X, Shift X. Doesn't do it. Shift Y, no. Definitely not choosing the right option. Extrude. Individual origins. Like I want this one to be extruded this way. This one. There was a way to do that. I think the best way is maybe is this inset, click, and then scale it up. Assumption. Let's do edge selection like this. Correct. So when we do cube or let's inset faces. Oh, okay. Extrude each individual face separately along normal. So I'm trying to extrude vertices, which that explains things. Perhaps what I can do is then select the faces. That means should be selecting these faces. What is that? Gotcha. So what am I doing wrong here? I want to select all the like a loop. Select loops, edge loops. Kind of, but just the faces. Fuck it, do it manually. We don't want to do the bottom one. We may even remove that. So we have 6 faces selected. Now, looking at it from the front, we want to extrude them along individuals like this. So I want to do it this way. Good. Now we can merge these at some point. I should have selected this one too. In fact, I should have selected this whole side. Select 12 faces. Then we'll do which looks okay to me. And now we'll start snapping around. So we'll do this. Just to come here. So we'll do snap D X this. Of course, you gotta include this too. I don't know why it didn't select that. 3 of them, 4 of them. DX. Oh, we have duplicates. I see. M by this. We're going to remove 21. Yeah, yeah, we have duplicates. DX this done. Okay. Now what we'll do is this. We can actually do it this way. Let's say here's a face, right? When we snap this here, are we going to be having a face inside? So that's usually the problem. Right? When you do this, let's have a quick test of this. Last. This one is also last. Okay. Now when we go here, question is in the face mode. Here's a like way of seeing it. Here's a top face, here's another top face, but here we have those diagonal faces. You can either delete the faces, these two faces, or let's try a different technique. So we undo, okay, we come back to this mode, we do it this way. We do like actually I could just do that and then maybe do the merge by, yeah, which is essentially merging anyway. Sorry, but instead of doing it that way, maybe we'll do GZ vertex snap here, right? And we'll select 6 vertices here. There have been 6. Okay, 6. And then remember, we still have faces here. When we do M by distance, are the faces gone? I think they are gone. Nope, they are not. So maybe there is a way to get rid of the faces so that inside there is no extra face. They are not going to be visible. Same thing applies here. So when we were doing mirroring, we had the faces here. We may also merge these vertices to the corners. Shall see. We could technically do what exactly here? Well, here's another way. If we are going to have this one connected to this, it is essentially extruding these vertices to this corner. Let's be a bit more adventurous. These 3 vertices. We'll extrude them along X so they snap here. Extrude X here. We'll move them G, Z with this. Okay. Here's those here. Here's the extra faces that we are seeing. Now we can also do it this way. This one, these 2 are connected to its face. Sorry, vertex. Last. Gotta do this for the back side here too. Okay, remember to delete the inside faces. When we look at it in this shaded mode, we have the thickness. Okay. Seeing something awful though. Yeah, it's hollow here. These two are not connected. So you need to F this one. F it. You actually see this. This part is not important. The underside of the top of the frame. That's not. I think that same problem exists here too throughout the whole thing. So when we do F, F here, done. So we have the thickness of the frame. Now this looks like a door. Can remove that bottom part still. This bottom face, we could actually delete this face. Sorry, edges. There's another extra edge. Done. Okay. The center is of course important. Now we'll do plus. And in fact, let's see, because everything is now properly aligned. Okay. Let's select vertex, the back vertex at the bottom. Okay. Q, done. Q origin to 3D cursor, done. Then do Shift S, no, Shift S origin, cursor to world origin. Select this, selection to this cursor. And I think this is the most centered door ever in the universe. Here it is in its awesomeness. Proper door frame, proper thickness, proper glass, not fighting the setting. And here it looks snappy. Gonna grab some water and hot tea. Coming soon. Tea and chocolate time. Let's see. Thinking if I separated all the necessary parts. The ring top, we did that. Just the building itself, there's a balcony, there's this might be it. I think last time it did this. Okay, good. So let's reload, but we are interested in the scene itself. Right? Why is the window? Okay, let's close the windows is not visible. Did I hide that before I export it? Okay, see, this is not selected. It remembers my last export settings. I think I'll choose this, which will satisfy this. Still don't have the windows. They are here as objects, but they don't have the mesh. Neither do the doors. So anything that is coming from a different scene is not exactly part of this scene. Just have a spatial node, otherwise it's empty. Should have mesh instance in it. Let's investigate. So in export settings, there's this active collection or not. Select this, export, back to Godot, reload, open anyway. Still no window. That is concerning. Those other scenes that we have. Need them. Nice house model. We'll investigate later. Let's close this zip file as well. Definitely not what we want. Animation is not something we should be concerned about. None of this has anything to do with what's included in the export. So since all our objects are visible, in this case renderable too, problem is about this collection thing. When we select the objects, selects this, but it doesn't quite select this. Bit of a problem. If I select it manually, like, will it export the windows but not the doors because I don't have them selected like that? Let's try. This goes back. So what is your point then? Remember export settings, and you should have remembered it. It remembered this, but not this. So no window either. Oh, this time it didn't even export the window as a spatial. Okay. But when it does, it's still like then we select both. Yes. Then we do export. They are kind of packed but empty. So did we not test this at all? Like when we first created that reference scene coming in from the, or we have a collection in here. We are importing a collection into a different scene. I guess when we did it for Windows, we never went and tested it in Go, right? I kind of feel like we did, or maybe I was focusing on this ring that we tried to separate. I never really got to see whether we were missing the windows. Then we proceeded with the doors, and they are all together missing anyway. So it's a bit of a problem. Okay, so what can we do about this? Can we just take this out of this structure, and can we just move this to this area? But isn't it already there? It's already in there. This. Oh, select all objects, which is something we are able to do anyway. They are not quite exported. Let's choose these two, but I don't think that's the problem. Now, how can we make this sort of loose unlink? Okay, unlink yourself. Super sexy window, and then when you do unlink, of course, it's gone. That's not really what we want. So we want it to stay in place, but kind of instance to scene. Okay, do that. Here's super sexy window. But could you please keep your location, perhaps? Right? So, okay, this one doesn't have instance. This one has, but it doesn't. Um, doesn't keep the location. This one is here. This one is over there. Actually, you know what's happening? It's not when you say instance, it actually does exactly like this. It's like doing this. This is no different than creating a new. In fact, now that the cursor is here, when I do this, it's going to create another one right there. So we kind of want to delete the relationship, which is unlinked, then it destroys it. It creates an empty object here. So that's not good. Make local. Would this do? Not do. This is an interesting problem. We have the benefit of storing some objects in a different scene. Now the window is sort of okay. Funny thing is, at some point we had creeping in scenes too, right? Something like this one. If we do it this way without actually taking care of any selections, we don't care about. Now you remember it. Forget about selections. Now in here, kind of remember seeing creeping doors and such. Now even that is not coming. Let's see. Here's an interesting thing I'm noticing. As an object, it considers this as an empty object. So there is a reference. So where exactly here do we have a reference to the other scene, collectionist, and to the correct collection? I thought that would be under object data, and yet this is by itself is empty. So not here, not here, object. This is actually the object as like it belongs to this. Okay. Instancing collection. So this is where we know it's coming from there. In fact, if you delete this, you are going to delete this. And that's exactly what's happening in some cases. And if you click this one, it's the ultimate door. None of this is changing. That makes me. So we need the physical object, not the reference, because the reference is not rendering in Godot. It is an internal Blender thing that is rendered here. So it could be linked around, but not passed as objects in the exported file. So I'm gonna try to create something like this, which is what else can I do? Let's say we want to create empty here. Actually, I don't want to create an empty, but something that actually has mesh. Empty doesn't have a mesh. I need, let's say, a cube. Okay, this cube has object data, and instead of cube having a cube object data, this is actually mesh information. What I would like to do here is I'll go to this scene and I'll make this as the whole, like this has to be frame. Okay, and this one has its own mesh data. This is going to be glass. Now the awkward part, because this is parented, I don't think that when I bring this in into the other scenes object data, which is going to be something like frame, okay, this is going to look like frame, but it's not going to bring in the child. So in other words, I have to create a children or a child, and then for that object's data, I have to click plus. And then of course the whole point is you have to match the origins perfectly so that you can what you want. So now essentially we're kind of recreating our window, the frame and everything, with object data coming in from the other scene. The sad thing is that could have just stayed here. It was nice to bring it from the other scene, but it's not really working. So what I'll do is, this is sad. Um, I'll delete all this. Okay. Let's save. So this is just this. Okay, we could cut this and then yeah, unfortunately this is what it is. Copy. We'll paste it here. Okay. Where is the glass? It only brought the frame. Dude, come on. When I select you and move you, selected objects are copied. So it doesn't actually select the child. Shame on you. Select hierarchy. But that's sometimes aggravating. So when you select this, you gotta do Shift G, children, and you extend it. So you select kind of everything. So you don't, if you have many children here, you don't have to do this maybe. You could also do it this way. Okay, copy this. Come here to the scene. So paste it. There you go. Now we have to snap this to the proper position. I'll actually do it on edge or face. So we'll move this along y-axis, G, Y. So snapped. Disable this. I think this is Shift tab. Shift tab. We'll move this. Okay. Could be like this. And then we'll do a duplicate. And let's actually call this door. Upper door, lower door. Okay. Let's do Alt D, Z, thing like this. And this is the lower door. Did I really move it that far down? Yeah, let's move it here. Oh. Oh, of course, of course. I have to pull it here. Snap, GY, Shift tab, GY. Okay. That's good. Now let's do the window part. We should most likely call this window because this by itself, okay, there's the sill, but this is window. Okay. Copy this. But you gotta select the hierarchy. Copy. Here. Paste. So we'll do face snapping. G. Okay. So GY here. Okay, it's snapped. Then we can move this up. Okay. Since these two surfaces are aligned, we'll just do Alt D, Z, move down like that. This. Maybe something like this. Okay. We'll probably export multiple times, but because we haven't checked the scale, we haven't fixed the all object origin. but let's just check this in Godot. So we can do this selected objects madness, reload, and here we have the windows. Because this scene is not rendered with the proper light, everything looks flat. In fact, here it is always going to look flat. We don't really care about this. Can't really save this because we inherited the scene anyway. So this is the scene that we are creating. So this is where we'll do the assignment. So for this, maybe we'll assign by the way, see if this has material. It shouldn't have. Actually, it does because we are kind of overriding it here, and there's another way of overriding it here. Despite the fact that this shouldn't actually have materials exported from Blender, there is an automatic material assignment here. It's coming from where exactly? Let's look at the resource, which is actually coming inside. I see. So that's actually not good. So this is still exporting some materials. That's not good. Let's look at this GLB import. Storage is inside files material. Whenever you see double column, it's actually inside the file. However, here the material is, this acts like built-in actually. Location mesh. Okay, see, it's actually binding it to the mesh. That's the, can actually show it here. Here's the mesh itself. Sorry, this. In this case, the balcony, right? Here's the mesh. Inside the mesh, there's the material. Not this, sorry. And surface one has the material. This material is built in. I mean, which is part of the mesh. So if you keep on re-imports, that should actually be on. We are not using it, but it could be kept on. The fact that this is set to mesh, and we're not really importing any materials, nevertheless, it's creating a white material by itself. This. So here's the resource. This is nothing different than just a white thing. It's harmless, essentially. So you could actually see it instead of pink. Unity does that sometimes. Like when you have a missing material, it will. Even Godot does that. The empty this part. This part. I want to export GLTF and then look in the file to see if I can do some optimizations. Include just the selected objects. We still have this. Geometry is no export materials. Okay, done. So here's the GLTF. Let's look at the settings, pretty much the same settings, but now in here, you can go to models because it's a text file. It's miscellaneous. This one, this file. Yeah, we have to apply the scale and rotation. We still have these values. We'll fix that. Balcony. Let me check the material part here. That's the part I'm concerned about. Roof, ring top, ring, has children, 3. This is like the ID. Let me see how long. Okay. Mm-hmm. Just trying to see if there's a material section here. Okay. There is none. So question is this. If we double click GLTF, we are going to create a new inherited scene, which is this. Let's click this. Is this going to have the same idea here? It should. Surface 1. And when we look at the resource, it's going to say a different built-in path that has the material. So in essence, when Godot imports the model either from a GLB or GLTF, even if you don't import the materials from Blender, there's a built-in material created for you, this gray one. You take the materials over, of course, everything is going to have their proper color coming from Blender, especially when it's UV. The fact that it's kept in mesh, that it kind of looks like built-in. This is not selected, it's sort of. You said node, we import, what happens? And I think I'll delete this GLTF. I'll do the same thing with this. I have this. I don't see much change. Node built in. Here's a node, the mesh, say built in. Maybe I'm not satisfying an expected condition. Why it's falling back to default. This. is the behavior we see anyway. So here's the scene. Okay, let's start labeling things properly. Window 1, which is upper window. Okay, those 001s will drive me nuts. Glass and sill, they could just be fine. I'm okay. There's ring, roof. Let's lowercase this too. Let's not upset anybody. This might be it. I don't know. Trying to work out a pipeline or workflow condition here. But we might be okay with all the assumptions and constraints we have come up with. Selected objects. This looks good to me. Uh, Open anyway. Okay, you cannot really save this. Here's okay. I don't really know what's open here anymore. Okay, there you go. That's this. What is this? GLB. Open this. The roof is of course gone. We'll fix the roof. Open this material. So the rooftop could be black. Of course, that's too dark, but we'll see. So let's pick a concrete jungle color. This one. Not that. See, that's the problem. We don't need the mesh to be open. We need this to be open. Okay. So we have this disgusting color, which is this BF7449. Should do this. We have the windowsill. We have the glass. Let's select the other glass too. Let's paint them blue. So RGB. Something heavier on the third. This one. Perhaps two. We'll see. So we need a different color for the frame. I'm actually curious about this. In the original scene, get the color. Definitely a lighter blue. This trim also has some color. That's a nice detail. This has some detail. We are definitely losing some of the detail here in our new version. Yeah. The ring also has the top part, but we should actually have the side part at the bottom and at the top. So back to the design. Let's choose the ringleader. We actually separated this top part. That doesn't have to be separated. We could merge it back in. Because what we need is this edge loop here. Or the face loop. Okay, 4 edges. We're also gonna select these 4 edges. What did I just do? So eight edges. So turn it into, okay. Select all the faces, deselect this, select that, deselect that. So we want to separate this by selection. Done. Okay. So we'll call this what? Ring. It's going to be sort of a detail. Okay. And we'll parent this to the ring. Control P, keep this. This whole thing is this. Let's do the rooftop too. Let's select everything. Okay. Select this top. So you do a different kind of selection. No, not that. Control P, just P, selection, done. Now, here's the roof. Ooh, what's this? There is no edge here. Should be edgy. There. Select face, deselect this. Select everything, deselect. Something else going on here. Something funny. Here's a face, which is good. There is still a missing connection there. So as an edge, I can select you. Huh. There's something funny about this edge here. It says if maybe the problem is with this edge here. Looks good. Looks good. And then we come here and then it selects this part. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's click the building. Let's hide it. Okay. See? Quick breath and keeping my sanity. I really don't know what's going on with that geometry. So let's start selecting different faces to see if we have similar problem. So here's the inside face of this edge. Let's disable this. You see, the problem is like when you select this, you're selecting the side edge. When you select that side edge, it selects this. So this is like an angle. The fact that it's talking about 8 vertices instead of 4 is the problem. So let's go into the vertex mode. So it thinks this. So we need to cut it basically in essence. So this, instead of doing F, I should have done J. Now it's properly cut. Okay. Now when I go back to this, I can't properly select faces. I'll do everything, exclude, and we can do selection, separation. Okay. So this way, here is just the roof top part, and here's the roof edge part. Okay. So we could call this edge. Hey Felipe. Felipe Ratu? Yeah. Hey yo. 3D and Godot. That's the right combination. Let's select. Let's select the edge and the top, and then we'll do Control P and this so that roof is selected in under one roof. How is it going? It's going quite well. I usually have more struggle with Blender. I'm more of a developer type, but I'm getting really good at Blender. We have viewers who are helping me out, and writing my own custom plugins, this and that. It's going quite well. So let's actually see an export, and here's an answer to your question. Huh? Gotta go for some 3D. Yes. Yes, we all do. So this, where is the updated model? Because I did not click the house model to update my, anyway, back. Here's updated details. Perfect. Now we can choose this object, click material, and we can assign this a different material. Nice house, thank you. I wish it was mine. The smaller house, but looks cute. Here's a material for this part. So looking okay. So here's upper door. This probably needs a wood material. Maybe something like this. Then there's a glass part. Glass could be, damn it. As light as this. Maybe we should change the material color for these two to a lighter version like this too. Okay. Let's do the same treatment to this guy. Plus, lower door. Hey, where is the glass for the lower door? Let's save this. Did I not export that? Lower door did not come with its glass. Such a shame. We have to do that again. So this is upper window, which has, sorry, upper door. What am I saying? Upper door is this. I guess when I copied it, I didn't copy it with his children. I thought I did, but I'm doing a lot of things today. Not always making sense. So What do you do with Godot? I have interviewed a few people who build software with Godot. So sometimes people use Godot to build software, not games. So that might be an interesting thing to hear about. Yeah, let's see. Let's delete this again. Let's be brave. Here's an upper door. Let's select the hierarchy. Let's duplicate this. Let's move it in Z like this. Uh, GZ, thing like this. Okay. There's something funny looking about the bottom part of this. Like the house is not aligned. Let me double check on that. 4 vertices. Are you all on the same scale? I don't know. SZ0, SZ0. So they were not. They were not. So we just copied upper door with its class, which looks more or less DZ. Now we have to take this out. So we need to turn on the snapping. Gotta do G, Y, so it actually snaps to the surface like this. What I meant was a bit more delicate than that. Upper door, G, Y. Why does this look rotated? Wait a minute. RZ. Should look like this. Okay, take it out. GY, now you snap properly. Okay, what was your problem? So let's call this lower door again. Select objects, export this GLB, only selected, export, Godot, reload. Here's bus. We'll assign this material to that. So this is the ring top. Ring top is supposed to have that B4 thingy, right? Was it B8? BF. BF something. So here's window frame, which we pick some bizarre color for that, right? This copy. Yeah, why don't I do that? This material, this, because we are only pasting the value there. So windowsill, we could do the same thing with the windowsill. Or make a bit more color for this. Let's also look at the original thing. Yeah, the balcony has those details too. Should definitely do that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. However, you know what should happen with this balcony? Since we have those features, this should be coming as part of this. You'll know what I mean by showing you. Not here in Blender. You could do it in Godot too, but this is the source of truth. So essentially, this face is gonna come down here. So since this is the origin, okay, not that, but we are snapping against an edge. Gonna be against this edge. This is gonna look awkward a bit. GZ, this. Okay, this is what I mean by making making this line continue here. Means we are gonna have to adjust all this. And then I'll probably call it a night after that. Probably another half an hour. If possible, maybe I'll make this all part of a ring. Let me think of what I'm doing next so that I keep my sanity. Use the building. Because I made this bottom part of this balcony, right? Just moved everything down. That's probably not the best move. Go up again. Perhaps we should pull the vertices down. However, we'll have the same effect. We might, or we don't. Edit, vertex. Okay, we just need the bottom ones except the inner plane. So we don't need this, 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 nor this, nor this. Just the outside. Okay. Now you are still snipping to edges. So GZ. That's it. Escape. So now the balcony is down to that level. I'm looking from top. We are still okay. As okay as it can be. Yeah. I may have to separate this, which we join today, we are getting to a certain point that it kind of doesn't make sense anymore. However, yeah, let's separate it by selection. Here's something. G, shift Z, with a snap on. G, shift Z, something. Okay. They're just a different surface. We are now worried about this top part. Um, this is part of the house. So we have the balcony part. So we are trying to cut this. It has this sort of thickness. So to control R, we do this twice. Okay. I'll move all this up sort of arbitrarily. I'll look at it from the side or side like this, yeah. Orthographic is still maintained. Okay. Let's move this up. Kind of trying to make this as tall as this because I'm going to snap all the rest anyway. Why is this not moving? Oh, the geometry is not flat. That's why. Because I actually screwed up the bottoms, right? That's the reason why. This all has to be flattened. So this has to come to this level. So vertex snapping. So GZ. Of course, I didn't enable it. GZ to this level. GZ this level. We could actually do all of it at once. GZ. Okay. Done. Now we can do the proper Control R. This. I have to duplicate it again. This looks like the right. So do another Control R. Do this. Now this one has to snap to something here. To this edge. Edge. GZ. Okay. We have a bit of overlapping surfaces here. We'll deal with that. Right now, let's do face face loop. Face loop. I used to know the shortcut for this. Is it this? I think it does in the other, of course it's not going to do it. It's not, well, also I really screwed up the geometry. Essentially, we want to select all the faces, kinda. Except this one, this middle parts, right? This could stay white. I don't, maybe. Even this could add some interesting Key, selection, done. Okay. So we are calling this part as the balcony and this part is the detail. So then what is this balcony? That's the bottom part. So how do we deal with that? In like a problem for us. Because we want that whole thing to be at this like of the same color as this as well as this extension. So here's the building. Here's the trim here. The trim is already a different object and parented to something else, which is rain. And this trim color here should not be visible. So whatever it is on top has to cover. I think this could just be the sort of floor. This should be parented to balcony itself. Except its position is wrong. Okay. And maybe ever so slightly this has to be up in Z. Something like this, marginally. 9. Yeah. Let's select objects. Reload. Here's the trim. So here's the balcony itself. Here's the material. So we'll make this material the same as this. So we could have the nice features, trims. Okay. What is happening here? Oh, the frame is sticking out. You silly thing. I see. We do S, X, switch it out a bit, down. Are you sticking out from the front, sir? Behave yourself. No, you're good. You gotta export this again. Reload. Okay, nothing is sticking out. This actually looks like a tile. So it's reflective surface, like, you know, balcony tile. If we ever choose this, where's the trim? Detail. Detail is okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is detail empty? Oh, it's actually not empty. It's using the default Godot thing. This has a color material, so we'll do clear so that we can have the trim the same thing. Because I think I like this feature too. Okay, so this door frame could be darker. So this is when I was looking here and I was catching some details. Door frames are white here. Certainly try that too. Means all the frames are going to have their material cleared. Maybe even the window sills will be whitish. Could do that too. Okay. Is the roof too dark? It is too dark. Mind you, in the game we'll have better light. It's a bit arbitrary to see. We could certainly pick a lighter, darker color. That's a bit contradictory. How could it be lighter at the same darker? You know what I mean. If anything, we should actually have gray tones. Kind of have something actually. The trim maybe this color, this edge. Okay, and then the inside will be. I like this color initially. So we have learned a lot, practiced a lot. Vortex snapping, sure. Um, Subdividing edges, mirroring, array modifier, instancing, instancing from different scenes and not being able to export them to Godot. A lot of Blender practice for sure, and some bizarre faces that we had to cut the edges properly, that kind of thing. Overall, good practice, and at some point, we are going to have to do a similar thing with other models, but we'll do them if necessary, because this is not an essential part of the game, but this is an essential part of the game. Plant models and such. So I think tomorrow, after doing a devlog, I will work on curating garden with the assets we have. So we have done the house last week or the week before. We did raised bed. We fixed trellis. We have a fixed fence model. We have a few decent looking plants. The dimensions may look off, but we'll figure it out and then curate a better scene in Godot. But for today and tonight, I think that's it. So thank you for joining and helping me out. And then we'll catch up tomorrow.